If the Earth is flat, P,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start. You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth? It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position for stars, not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I show you
cause
how
of an
it's
effect.
possible,
That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method,
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position, the star, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself is an abstract language. Whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is
show
an
you how it's
abstract
possible,
language to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. To start. And you are equal to, you've had 1 plus the other one. I can accept that that's proof. Ground position. Maths. To
Yeah.
start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I show
because
you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science. But I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. To start.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
So this is a flat Earth proof. Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements. So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it. The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because he's a
You
dishonest prick.
just have to say
Yes, that's
it.
correct.
Generality.
It's like, what is
Just
your
like those straight lines are curving.
Means it isn't flat. Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you ever.
The elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
Where all of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Huh.
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat?
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, Jason?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Nah, I'm just letting the FED crew know
You
that
got your playbook, it's alright.
their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find.
because you're an idiot.
And I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already too
useful
far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Read me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
For Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there's some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Bird it!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jared in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular, scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science of a stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. You're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard?
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard? It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat Earth,
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
That's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my
It's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat Earth.
You can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat Earth, the geometry of flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct. The practical application of flat Earth, you can ask for all those things and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
You don't understand.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to
To
learn.
a ground
You're
position.
just on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is. To a ground position.
No reason,
To start.
no logic,
Ground
no
position.
wisdom,
To start.
no worries.
Elucidating the cause of an effect, and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
To question.
Ground position. To
You're just
start.
on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because he's a dishonest prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How do you do it?
Was that your
Proof.
exit? Are
What?
you going to try and plug your shit on my channel? You
No,
stupid
why would I want to do that?
Lost. Lost. If you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's a Wednesday. It's a hump day. I hope everyone's doing okay. Not really got anything planned. So if anybody wants to come in and have a chat, I'll get this sorted out soon, I think. So welcome. As you can hear, that was titled End the Flat Earth Debate. It's ridiculous. Getting nobody anywhere. They just end up stating ridiculous things. You could hear Nathan Oakley says there's no science behind it. That's because he hasn't got a clue how to prove anything. Not too sure anybody has. It is 2024. I mean, who should really have any clue about how to prove anything? I don't know what people are after. And the title of this one, we'll be getting over to it in a bit. I am banned from a particular room in the politics server because I put a video out on Monday where we were talking about the super chat bigot who's made this new group of people called Bev Earthers. Ridiculous statement. Just to let everybody know, the Earth is definitely not Bev. Despite what random people say in Discord rooms, No, not permabanned issue. I was just banned for 2 days. I mean, we'll go over a thing that was stated today, though. I mean, who knows? It depends whether they want conversation or not. And then we'll go into an ongoing discussion that we've had about internal monologues. Fascinating discussion. But yeah, we'll go over this this other one first. How's everyone doing? Everyone all right? Yeah. We are joined by special guests again today. We have today Buster, a world famous Buster, super special guest, Elder Bear, J-Ro, Kevin B, NoRad, and Emma UK. Oh, you should be last, Emma. I should have said to you first, really, shouldn't I? So, anybody does want to come and have a chat. That's what we're here for. Anybody wants to have a conversation? I think we're going to start moving into a bit more. Well, we'll see after this. You know, we'll go over this now. Because I'm not allowed in this particular room at the minute, I obviously couldn't go into the room, but apparently there was a conversation that involved us again from this room today. Elder Bear was there, so you might hear him in this conversation. I've not actually heard the conversation, but I have been told about some of the things that have been said. Now, that's what we're going to go over. So, let me get this stream out. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live from well, they swap it around. It goes to different places, but this is broadcast to YouTube. We are going over a particular video from that. So this was broadcast live today, and we're going to hear a bit of a... Can you guys get in there? Into the Discord? Just so you're in with us. Elder Bear was there, so he might be able to give us an input a bit better. Okie dokie. You're all in, yeah? Hopefully I've got this at the right place where it starts, so you'll have to let us know if I have got it in the right place or not. Go on.
In there, like somewhere.
AT is an anti-flat earther. He's been here for a while. He's one of those guys.
All right, gotcha, Alpha. Yeah, look, Alpha, I wanted to bring something to your attention. Sorry, Alpha, I just wanted to bring something to your attention. All right, so Elder Bear here has targeted, and Bev has targeted. Flatsy has targeted Sydney. They have, they're pretty predatory in the way they do shit.
So, obviously, this is a guy called Skinny Vet, and he said that we've targeted people. Now, on Monday, we went over a video. I don't think we targeted anybody in that video. We just were trying to find out why this woman called Flatsy had decided to make a new group of Earthers to place us in. I called it a bigoted behaviour, just on the fact that what Flatsy said. Here we're talking about, and listen to that, I think he said predator.
I wanted to bring something to your attention. Sorry, Alpha, I just wanted to bring something to your attention. All right, so Elder Bear here has targeted, and Bev has targeted.
And Bev has targeted, right?
Flatsy has targeted Sydney.
I don't even know who Sydney is. Sydney was in the video, I think. One of the other people.
They have, they're pretty predatory. And
predatory? I don't know what that means. That's, well, I wouldn't
Well-
say it was predatory at all.
There was a little lead up to this before,
Was
you
there?
know, he got to say this. Yes, I mean, but this was in 24/7 itself. I was listened initially. I was just listening, and it sort of piqued my interest because they were talking about Plato's allegory of the cave.
Mhm.
A couple of guys were talking there, and one of the guys, it seemed to me like he was talking as if he was outside. He was outside the cave, and because he had an understanding of flat Earth that somehow, you know, this is my opinion of what I heard, that he was now released from the cave, and he was no longer under the influence of the shadows that were cast in the cave by the shadow giants. So I just chipped in and said, well, how would you know you'd left the cave? What would tell you you'd left the cave? Or what would even tell you you were even in the cave? What let you know you were in the cave? And immediately I spoke, Skinny Vet jumped on me and told me to shut up. It was nothing to do with me, this conversation. I was not allowed to speak. It was just between these two guys. And I kind of pushed back against that because, well, there was no particular reason I couldn't see really, except this ongoing issue somehow with Skinny Vet, who seems to be quite a loud voice in the room, and seems to want to control the conversation, and particularly to me and to Bev. Notice Bev hasn't been in for a while. I've just had a 2-day ban, so I only went in this morning and found that I was still server muted, and messaged and said in the chat, you know, why am I still muted? And I was unmuted, so I hadn't spoken. I was just listening, and so that got me interest, and then I was sort of pushed out of this conversation, and I was still listening, and one of the guys, or the guy who was first talking, he referred to me in his conversation with this other guy about this bear guy who seems to be really confused and lost, as if I was in the cave somehow. And of course, I said, "Hang on, are you talking about me? What gives you that assumption? What gave you that idea of where you see I am?" And again, Skinny Vet jumped on me and told me to shut up, and I wasn't to talk. Don't speak over people, and he said it was. Well, he does seem very protective of the mods there. He mustn't speak over the mods, and they were all he usually gives a little list of names of people who were quite senior to him. And he said, you know, this is Heretic's room, and so what had happened then was they were talking, and I messaged in the chat and added Heretic and said, I wonder if you can confirm whether you have given Skinny Bet sort of head mod roles or something in the room, because he seems to be really aggressive at controlling the conversation, and me particularly. And of course, if that's you know, your ruling, it's what you've chosen to do, it's your room, you know, I'll respect that, but there's no way I'm going to take it from him of keep telling me to shut up. So perhaps you can let me know. I still haven't had a reply to that, but this is what triggered Skinny Vet to begin talking, because Alpha Veritas, Mickey, was talking to somebody else in the room, and he decided he was going to throw him out. Didn't like what he was, or some past history of his attitude, and decided he was going to throw him out. And I think that the message that I'd left, because I added Skinny Vet in it too, to Heretic, was a bit of a trigger to Skinny Vet again at that time. So after he'd heard this guy who was going to be thrown out, he then chipped in to try and get us added to the list. So that was the lead up to the conversation you're now hearing.
Well, yeah, he does
Yeah.
say predatory, like, so is there anything that's occurred for him to
He's
come up with that word? Like,
not
'cause I
not
don't.
not no not at all. I mean, and certainly not from the conversation we had today. This was ongoing with me in the last few days, where he had made these allegations that I was being predatory. He brought it up about that you and I had been predatory towards Flatsy, and if anybody heard the exchange on the video from yesterday, I believe, you can hear yourself what went on and the conversation that went on with Flatsy, and you can decide for yourselves whether that was predatory or not.
That's the whole point of well, we went over it on Monday, right? But that was
Yeah.
the only time I've ever talked to Flatsy was when Flatsy
Me too.
came up with Bev Earther, because
Yeah.
Flatsy is the super chat girl for QE, and QE's got us all blocked. I can't even type in QE's YouTube chat, so I don't know where Flatsy knows anything about us from.
I've only texted her in chat or replied to her in chat in previous to that what we heard on Monday, and that was the first time I'd even spoken to her in real time. I spoke to her again yesterday. Yeah, yesterday in the original 24/7 Flat Earth channel on Discord. Yeah, I think it was yesterday, because I've now been banned from there just for asking a question. Could you confirm whether there was a point they were talking about? So she said it was proof. Somebody else said it was an observation, and I just asked for clarification. Is it proof or is it an observation? That was it. And yeah, so now I've been banned from there.
Predator. It's the first time I've ever
Yeah,
been.
and yes, so yeah, and I had been there was that with Flatsy, and that he was accusing me of at the time, and then on that same day there was another lady in 24/7 he described herself as from the sister server of the politics server, sister server. P&R, I don't know. I think it was politics and religion. Is that what the
I don't
P&R
know.
stands for?
I'm not in that server.
No, I didn't know. I just heard that. I thought at first it was like PR. I thought she was kind of some official, and she was doing her rounds. That's what it sounded like to me. She was doing her rounds, and this was in the evening for her, but she was going to plan to visit the next day. She thought she'd just drop in and ask a few questions, and then so Skinny Vet had he burst into the conversation there, and he was calling her darling and swearing, and because he told me previously that I'd been predatory and I wasn't a man, and I'd said, well, after the Flatsy incident, there was another woman who came in to the 24/7 chat, and she was a Glober, and she came in asking some questions, and quickly was piled on and quickly was thrown out within a matter of minutes. Was muted. And Skinny, there's another woman, Skinny. Doesn't seem as though you came to her defense, and he then said I wasn't manly, and I said, well, I'll observe you and take some pointers and see if I can better myself then, and obviously mirror your behavior if that's if that's how you measure me and you're better than me. So it's kind of a bit of a joke in a sense, and just taking a mild mick out of him, taking the piss out of him basically a bit, for this ridiculous kind of stance he had about my supposed predatory behavior. So so when this lady was talking, and I said, sent a message to him in the chat, I'm not sure this lady will have added her as well, that she'll appreciate being called darling, and maybe you should mind your language, because there's a lady in the room, and I know you're a man who wants to kind of be respectful of women and sort of thing. So that kind of wound him up, and she was asking some questions, and one of them, she said, in the room, she wasn't speaking to me, but she was saying, well, as a group of people, what is it that people criticize you most for? And so in the chat I put that people were regularly shut down from asking questions or seeking information if it didn't fit the approved narrative. And this is a reason, as you can see, that I'm server muted at this moment, which is what was happening. I wasn't allowed to speak, and I don't think that went down too well. So, so he claimed then that I was being predatory towards this woman, and he'd screenshotted. He said all the messages. So this was going on at the same time. So I messaged him and her in the chat and said, I'm being accused of acting in a predatory way towards you. Maybe you could, let me know if you feel you've been threatened by me, or that I've portrayed any predatory behavior towards you. Maybe you can confirm, whether Skinny Vet's accusations are valid or not. She never replied to me, and yeah, I mean, I don't know why I got a 2-day ban. There was nobody in the room. There was 2 people in the room. I think at one time there was one person a couple of mornings ago, and I thought, well, that's a bit strange, and I put something in the chat, something like, oh, it's a bit quiet in here. You run out of answers or something, and I don't know who banned me, but that's when I got a ban, a 2-day ban for this comment.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the bans in that place, it does say that they don't have to give any reason to ban you for whatever, right? So, but what I'm saying, I think, is that he's called me a predator, but I am banned, so I have no right of reply,
voice.
Right? Apart from this video here, right?
Yeah,
I can't defend myself in that room when people like Skinny Vet are saying these sort of things.
I don't know that it would make much difference, but yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, that's the sort of thing that goes on, right?
As you will see.
Yeah.
But that was the lead up to this, and this is the backstory of this idea, or this claim of a predatory behavior and targeting women. Well, there's very, very few women who come in to that speak in 24/7 anyway. So,
well,
and it
just
certainly
point
isn't
out
the case.
fact that all we've done is pointed out that Flatsy was making up this new group of people and putting us in that group, which I consider bigotry, and that's all we were doing, pointing it out. Now, if anybody disagrees with that, come on in, just let us know. That's what we're here for. Like, we are open. You can come in and defend yourself about, these are things that you have said. So that goes to Flatsy. It goes out to Skinny Vet. Goes out to Miggy. Anyone. Pop on in. It's just another Discord room. You can talk about it. Right, let's get back to it.
Yeah.
In the way they do shit. And look, I'm happy to debate Elder Bear and Bev at the same time. I've done it 2 or 3 times now, no problem.
He's not debated us at all. There is no debate. If he wants to come up with a debate, I mean, if he's saying that, let's set it up. What's the debate going to be about? Let's set it up. Let's do it. Not 2 of us, just the one. Find out what the debate's about first.
I'm happy to do that. I am not happy with how they dogpile on females on the Flat Earth side. And they always do it when you guys aren't here.
A dogpile on females. And this is what I get upset about right now. Skinny Vet, who is, I don't know, he's just a guy that's appeared in this room. He's not actually a mod. but he's being allowed to say this dogpile on women. Definitely no.
Yeah, I mean, I've been around.
So if you're gonna,
sorry, go on.
I've been around a really short time, and
Yeah.
he's been around shorter than me.
Yeah.
And
Well-
I don't have that voice. I don't have the power that he can wield.
It
And,
is only a
so
bit
that's odd.
part
Yeah.
place in one particular Discord server, but this goes to show the whole of what happens within this arena. Once you come in and you challenge people, ask them questions, this is the sort of character that you will come up against. Now, in the past, for the past 6 years, well, I mean, let's say for the past, for the past 6 years, we've been dealing with this from people like Rumpus and Cosmonaut, Fight the Flat Earth, Sean Hawkins. There's loads of them, right? You've seen them. You've seen the things that they do say about us. But this is now Flat Earthers saying it. This skinny vet is just the next line in this series of people who make up stories to poison the well, let's say. All we're after is conversation. That's all we've ever been after. You can go back on the channel, check out all of the conversations that we've ever had. Go back a few years. Listen to them. Listen to the type of conversations that we've been having with people. Skinny Vet is new to this particular thing. Well, we're not. Or I'm not.
No.
Within this arena. And I've seen people like Skinny Vet for a long time. This type of character that try to poison the well to make people think differently about whatever's going on. Just a conversation.
Yeah, he dropped in there the claim that we only do it when there's nobody else around. There's no mods around, as if it's like a concerted thing that we do in a sense. There's
I've
no
only
mods
ever
around.
been over there in the morning when I wake up, really early.
Well,
Let's
can
pick
I
on
just-
the women.
just-
There's nobody around. Carry
Yeah,
on,
but can
sorry.
I just say that room would not even be open for you to go into if there wasn't a mod. That's how those rooms work. There has to be one of the guys to open the room. They're modding it. So there is always a mod. So I don't think he even knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, when he says you guys aren't around. Yeah. Right, let's hear a bit more of it.
fuck off, Cortico. I would highly recommend maybe fucking them off too.
Yeah, Skinny. I know you're well intentioned, but let the mods do what we do, man. That's all I gotta say, man. We don't know we know what's going on, but like, if there's some input on like who's gonna get what, then let the mods kind of control that. Like, I know you're well intentioned in that way, but we will be the like the team has like another channel where we're talking, in the back chats. But outside of that, like, we'll handle it. So.
Hey, buddy, I am not telling you how to do your job in any way, shape, or form. I would never dream of fucking doing that ever.
Yeah,
at all.
Sounds like he did. He just said he wants to get us out of there. I mean,
he threatened me the other day.
Yeah, if you'd have listened for a little while before this conversation came up, I think Miggy Alpha was talking to some Glober guy, and do you know who was they were having a back and forth between them over a few minutes.
Cortico, maybe.
Yeah, and Skinny Vet spoke the most out of everybody because he would jump in every minute or so to say, "Oh, whoa, hang on," and mod when they're just having a back and forth. There's absolutely no need to jump in, and then, of course, this happens. So I think Miggy was already fed up with him jumping in and doing the over modding.
Yeah, he threatened me the other day in the chat, saying that he would do everything within his power to get me thrown out of there, and I was just saying, "What do you mean? what these claims you're making are totally spurious, ridiculous. And if you keep saying, you keep on and going on, I warn you, right, that's it. I've contacted all the mods. If you think yourself lucky if you're around in a couple of days' time, because I'll do all in my power to get you thrown out, permanently banned. So I presumed that this, some contact had gone on previous to today to all the mods, and they were aware of what he was demanding. I mean, I've often said to him, "You have power. I have no power at all. If you can call on people to do your bidding and get people thrown out, well, that's a power I don't have. Nobody's provided me with that at all." And it's something I question. I must say, I've questioned what gives you the right to keep telling me to shut up, or butting into conversations and telling me to stop butting in when it's you butting in. It's a new voice, a loud voice, and I've just questioned that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say a bit. So Miggy's not so happy about him trying to jump in and to the mods.
We'll handle that. We know when people kind of cross that line and whatnot, so we'll deal with it. On the other hand, like, he's still in here, but yeah. I mean, if it gets to that point, we usually get a handle on it. I did hear the conversation when Flatsy. I'll put it to you this way. I was here when the conversation in Flatsy and Elder Bear took place, and Bev was here. I was here for that. And I was listening to the back and forth. The thing about, okay, let me just say something. When you call somebody a specific name, or let's say I call you, let's just say,
like a predator, predatory behavior, that sort of thing, calling somebody that, or are we talking about something else?
How about this, Skinny? I call you, what's his name? An Oakleyite or something. Like you're, no, an Oakleyite. Like you follow Oakley. You're an Oakleyite. I give you some kind of funny name, right? Well, you're just like Oakley, right? You follow Oakley. You're an Oakleyite. But if I was to call you that, right, as someone in this chat, and it's like I guess you can call it an ad hom, and the person is going to respond and ask you like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, and kind of that, you kind of set yourself up for that in a way, right? Like, mods are fair in that way. Like, if we're listening to somebody, they're calling somebody a specific name, like an Oakleyite or a Bevite or whatever, then somebody that wants to stand up for themselves and say, hey, wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Like, you know what I mean? So it's different when somebody's talking shit about the moderation in this room, and it's different when you, like, let's say.
Okay, right. So actually asking Flatsy for a meaning of what she was calling us, it seems like it's okay by Miggy, because Miggy was in the room. It's like, if Skinny Vet's calling that predatory behavior, then Miggy was in the room with us. You heard him in the conversation. He didn't deem it predatory or anything, talking shit about the mods, because the mods were doing what the mods were doing. The mods didn't bother about Vlad when he came in doing his thing, calling everybody names, right? That's allowed too, apparently. So nobody's questioning the mods, only your mate Skinny Vet here trying to get the mods to do his bidding.
Say you call somebody a dumbass or whatever, and then somebody, gave it back to you, and you're like, man, do you hear that guy? He's calling me a dumbass. Well, yeah, you called him one too. So, I mean, you know what I mean? If you're gonna dish it out,
Alpha, mate.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Alpha, mate. I've got no problem at all with the moderation of this room, and I've been server muted 3 times so far. And fair enough. At least on 2 of those occasions, no problem. And this is not about a personal problem between me and Elder Bear. I will happily debate Elder Bear and Bev at the same time.
I wish he'd stop saying that. There is no fucking debate in this arena. I'd love to see him try and debate something. Anytime, Skinny, if you're listening, mate, pick a topic. Let's go for it. Let's actually show people what a debate is. Measuring the Earth flat. There you go. Let's have that. Let's have a debate about that.
No problem. I just I don't. What I take issue with is they seem to really dogpile on the females. That's where I'm coming from here.
Oh, Alf.
See, now that's bad.
And can he provide any evidence for that? Because it is already recorded. So he should provide clips when you are
Dogpiling on the
doing
women.
this pile, yes.
Yeah. Well, like we say, I'm banned, so I can't even defend myself from this. I think Elderbear is actually in the room. But like Miggy said, he was in the room. He must have allowed it. If the dogpiling was on there, then Miggy was witness to it. Or does Skinny Vet just imagining this stuff? I don't know.
Well,
Alpha,
Alfie,
you were here that day, weren't you? You just said you were
I
here.
was here.
When we had a discussion with Flatsy. Now, would you describe my behavior in any way as being predatory?
No.
No. Okay. And also another lady came in, and she was from the sister server PNR.
Yes,
Snow.
Sydney.
And I was just chatting to her in the text in the channel. All right. Again, not predatory. I've added her in the messages and said if there was any issue that she felt I was predating on her or causing her any to be uncomfortable, she could let me know. She hasn't replied to me on that. And it just seems that Skinny's got this thing at being his bonnet about it. Yeah, hang on. At being his bonnet about it. And every time I speak, he jumps on me. And now he's got into this thing about, that we are predatory, which is as bigoted as calling me a Bev Earther. All right, and it's just poisoning the well.
Yeah,
it's poisoning. Hang on, it's poisoning the well, and it's causing some real issues. So that whenever I tend to say anything or ask a question,
Hey, Elderbear, stop talking over Alpha Veritas. Stop talking over Alpha.
Here
he has tried to talk another time. Stop talking over them.
Wow.
So now he's modding. Alpha.
He's trying to say that he's talking over Alpha when he's not even finished his point that he's talking about.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, paper
Alpha is listening. So
yeah.
So okay, for me, it's why he's interjecting, interfering. I don't understand. He has to. I think that this is his character. I've heard the Skinny here on our streams, let's say, and for me, this guy is he cannot restrain his horses. He has to say anything. He has to interfere everywhere. He's like Rumpus. He has always anything to say.
Yeah, I mean, I get put in the frame of mind that you're trying to say something, and the Alpha was trying to cut in, and I'm trying to keep going because I know what happens. So they'll try and cut you off, change the subject, move it away, and you never get to say what you want to say. And he was butting into me, saying, "Hang on, wait, let me just say what I need to say," and and this is a fine example of how Skinny Vet is in general terms to a lot of people, not just me.
Skinny Vet though, right? Like Misha was saying, like this is a lot of different people on these types of servers. This is a learned behavior from these rooms. There's been many people just like Skinny Vet. He's just the new one at the minute, the latest guy. Even Amanda Copeland in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, he's also he claims to be ex-military, Skinny Vet, so he's got that kind of attitude. He feels like he's the private in the barracks. You know, he's cleaning everybody's boots and keeping the place clean and running around, you know, trying to impress the officers or the NCOs or whatever. He's got that attitude about him, which would be all right on some level. You get that with you see some people who are trying to, you know, make a name for themselves and rub shoulders with the great and good and of the community sort of thing, and wanting to get themselves amongst them. You know, you see that, and some of it's quite harmless, but this is a bit.
Yeah, well, he's doing it right in front of the mod there. He's trying to mod for the mod, which, I'm not too sure in this particular situation. You're trying to explain to the mods what's going on, and the guy that's causing the problems is once again causing a problem. Yeah.
Now you heard nobody else has said that I was doing any predatory behaviour or targeting women at all, and I want that withdrawn.
Talking over Alpha.
I want that
Stop talking
accusation.
over Alpha, man. It's not about you and me. Stop talking over Alpha. He's a mod here. Stop talking over Alpha.
Withdraw the accusation, please, Skinny. Withdraw it.
Hang on. All right, so we're gonna gain control. Yeah.
So we're both muted now.
We don't want any more like tit for tat kind of thing back and forth between the people, because I mean this becomes a drama. We don't need that here. So if
see, now I wouldn't call that tit for tat. I can't even defend myself, and that's not tit for tat. You've got one guy calling you a predator, predatory behaviour, and saying you're piling on the women, and the other guy's just trying to get you to shut up.
And don't forget, this is a guy, a mod, who was in the room. He witnessed everything that went on between me, Bev, and Flatsy. And he is ruling now, in a sense, on the situation. He wants to kind of get us away from it. He doesn't want any more conversation, really. He's trying to end it, but you know, he is kind of making a mod's decision on what's gone on, knowing that and telling me that there was no predatory behaviour, and allowing the claim to still stand.
Yeah, that it's weird, this.
If we can do away with that, that's fine. However, like I said before, when the moderation happens in here, we're going to be like looking at both sides. So we're fair in that way, right? Somebody's talking shit and then you're talking shit back, then it's both sides, right? So, but I mean, there shouldn't be any more of that. If the person violates, like, is just then targeting somebody, then yeah, we're going to be, you know, moderating that. But outside of that, I mean, it's just the nature of this room is a bit hostile, right? It's going to get that way. And both sides are going to talk shit to each other. That's a given. We already know that. But
Alpha, if it's okay, how about this? Hey, Alderbeth, fucking peace.
Let me unmute him. Hold on. Let me unmute him.
All right. There's peace. Stop talking over moderators, which is one of the things that I've always gotten up you about. Talking over moderators.
Didn't he just interrupt Miggy?
Yeah.
To say this. And Miggy's not telling him to do this. He's the one that's telling people to stop talking over moderators when he's just interrupted Miggy. Miggy's the mod, and he's not saying anything to Skinny.
And his response was targeted there. You know, he didn't say, and equally, if somebody was to say, if I was calling one of the mods out, or, I mean, it seems as though he considers Skinny in a protected class somewhere. That if I was to have said that Skinny Vet was predatory and predating on women and targeting women, then this would have been a whole different conversation. You know, I would have been banned. You know, but this is pretty one-sided. But yes, now he butts in again, but with conditions.
Yeah. There you go. This is the Politics Discord channel balanced truths asking. You have to go through some pretty stringent checks through Discord to get into this server, and this is the 24/7 room within this Discord server. I'll get someone to put the link in the chat if anybody does want to go there. I mean, if you want to try your art of conversation to see how well you can communicate with people, a slightly younger crowd than most people that watch us are used to, but well, you can attempt it, see what it's like talking to flat earthers, or well, mainly just to anyone really, because the server's politics, it's got all sorts of different discussion rooms. Hard to make out for me what's going on in any of them.
Moderators is one of the biggest things that I've always gotten up you about, and stop targeting females.
You need to withdraw that.
See, why does he say stop targeting females? That's mad. There isn't enough females in this arena. My opinion.
I think that he is targeting females because he is the one who is talking about females. And I think that if some women are listening to people like him, they are going away.
It makes women. So if you're sat in a room and you say something, you're in a debate server, and you are in there, and you have the voice to say something in this debate server, and then someone asks you a question. And before you have a chance to respond, some guy jumps in and says, hey, leave her alone, or talk to me. And, I never get to respond because this guy's just jumped in all over me and proclaimed to the whole room that I am not capable of speaking for myself. That's what he's just done.
Yes, when Flatzy was in, and he was like advocate, but I think that Flatzy didn't ask for his help, but he was helping. Maybe, I don't know, but it seemed like he was helping her, and he was interfering everywhere. When Flatzy was asked some questions, he interfered everywhere. And I'm not a woman, but if I don't think that it is connected to sex of anyone, because if I would be in that position like Flatzy was, I would be angry, really, because it's just cutting off me from conversation. So it doesn't matter. In fact, it's not about male or female. It was just interjecting.
Yeah, I would have asked anybody, like, what is a Bev Earther? If they call me a Bev Earther or do that, it doesn't matter who it was. It just happened to be Flatzy that said it. I've always said there does need to be more women in this, but like, because I know of the circumstances of why we're here with Emma, I know that it's particularly difficult for women to enter this arena. It's a very male orientated arena with a lot of big egos. Skinny Vet's not helping. He thinks he's helping women here at the expense of Elderbear and me, but I don't see it as that. I don't see how it works like that. Right, carry on.
That's not true. That's not true, Skinny. You need to withdraw that accusation. That is not true.
Can I
Absolutely not true. I would stand for any woman who has to have a voice in here.
Yeah, as a woman, I've had many conversations with Elder Bear. I don't know what's going on here. It's none of my business, right? So I'm not taking sides. But as that's a very hard comment, guys, because I'm a woman and I'm like, whoa, that's harsh. And he's always been very respectful to me as a woman. So I'm not trying to kind of stand up for him, but I'm just being honest. He's never been disrespectful to me as a woman and always been super, super nice to me.
Yeah, I would say thank you very much for Stacey for actually doing that. It takes a certain sort of person to stand up and talk in these arenas at that sort of time. That's a heated discussion, and yeah, thank you very much, Stacey.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and so thank you to her. It was a great moment right at that time.
But this statement, for me, this statement should just close this silly discussion.
Yeah, I hope it does. I hope that's the end of it.
Yeah, what I'm saying
All right. How about we just say, sorry, Alpha, I was just going to say, how about we just say, Elder Bear, we'll call peace. If you stop speaking over moderators.
You withdraw the comment. Withdraw the accusation, please. Withdraw the accusation. I'm not happy.
With
the
woman thing, I am not going to withdraw that. However, I will
let it be known that this is a false accusation for anybody who cares to hear it. That's the point.
However, if you don't do it in future, then I will not.
No, I haven't done it yet, and I won't be poisoned by you, Skinny, into putting me into a position where any time I might speak, then this is going to come up in people's minds. And as you were talking earlier hang on, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. Earlier, they were talking about the allegory of the cave, and I was trying to talk in that conversation. And I will point out that the way you're acting is like the shadow giants in the allegory of Plato's cave. And by putting out these accusations, you are casting shadows for people. And that will come up in their minds before anything else. And that's what happens in this arena. And this is what I'm trying to point out. There's a lot of fallacy going on, a lot of people who just repeat what loud voices say. You've got one of the loudest voices in the room, Skinny. I find you a bit dangerous. A dangerous person.
How about you don't talk over mods anymore?
Wow, we're saying it again. And I would say all credit to you, Elder Bear. You've not been in this for that long, and that's words well spoken, right? Didn't take you long to find out these characters within it. I've been watching this sort of stuff for quite a while. It does take a bit to get used to it, and yeah, well done for you being able to speak up like that so quickly. Good. Got his number. And like I will say, Skinny Vet, if you do want to have that conversation, then I'm pretty sure we can have that conversation. I'd like to learn more about this arena, what makes people tick within it. To get to the bottom of why he's here.
Yes, that is the thing. But he was holding out a false, a false olive branch. We can have peace, but only on my conditions.
Yeah, providing
it wasn't an unconditional peace, right? Let's just. Sorry, it got heated. Sorry, blah blah blah. Let's try and start again, and none of that. It would be on my terms and my terms only. That, and I wasn't gonna. I'm not gonna agree to that at all.
Yeah.
And you leave Flatsy the fuck alone, and you stop.
I only asked her about her claim. She made.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Skinny.
Did you just get muted then, mid sentence?
Yeah, we both got muted again.
Wow. Leave Flatsy alone. That seems to have. I mean, you've not been doing anything with Flatsy, have you? You've just been the other day.
No, everybody. No, and glad. I'm glad it's been put out there. Anybody else who who's listened to the video and it's still there on the stream, you can go and witness yourself and make up your own mind to what went on. Don't have to believe me.
Monday's show. That was the conversation. That's what got me banned from this room for putting that conversation out.
And maybe this hurt. I'd forgotten about that this morning. I had forgotten, and maybe that hurt. Skinny a bit to hear himself talking the way he did, but he hasn't regulated his behaviour at all. That's for sure. So, yeah.
Right, so let's see what Miggy says after just muting you.
Hey, but I have to do this, bro. All right. So we're gonna kibosh that conversation. There shouldn't be any bad blood between anyone. If anything is done in this room, we're gonna moderate it. The moderators will handle it. So if the person is still here, then the team will find out whether or not those accusations are true. Which, in light of this case, I don't find anything in as of yet. Right? No, nothing's come to my attention. There's no DMs showing any messages of predatory behavior, anything like that. However, if something does come up, we will take care of it. If nothing's come up yet in our radar about it, so any other things that get accused here, we usually are the arbiters of that, like the team does. Like there's a group of us in a channel. We're talking in the back chats. Don't worry about it, guys. We'll take care of it. But if the person's still here, that means that nobody's found anything on them. So let the moderators just do their job.
Well, I'm not there, so they must have found something on me. Whether this is going to bring about another one of those bannings that doesn't allow me into the room to defend myself, don't know.
And if we're going to do something, then we'll handle it. But nobody should be accusing anyone of anything if nothing has been done. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Don't accuse somebody of something if we, the moderators, haven't, got a handle of them. Because if they are predatory or something like this, they're not going to be in this room. You know what I mean? That will just be the case. They will not be in this room. But if they're in here, that means we don't find fault with them on that level. They could be anything else. They could be jerks, assholes, whatever it is. But if they're not targeting people, then they're still here. Then you know that we're doing what we're doing, right? So just let the moderators moderate. Don't jump in and try to control the conversation or anything. The moderators will handle it. Anyway, just that being said, I'm going to mute both of you. Hopefully we can get past this. If not, we're going to take action as moderators to figure out what we're going to do with Skinny and Elder Bear, because we don't need this bad blood in here. So if anything progresses, we're going to handle it in the moderation style. So I'm going to mute you both. Please, let's not continue with this conversation.
Okay, so is that it? Is that the end of it, pretty much, if you've both muted?
Yeah.
And the end of that. Yeah. So we'll see from now on, right? What is the outcome of what happens? Because as far as I can see, there's no bad blood. It seems like Skinny wants to silence you whenever he can. I mean, you're not particularly targeting anyone, are you? Other than the fact that Skinny jumps in on you whenever you say anything. But that's...
Yeah, and it comes from, this supposed debate he's had with you and I, and you were there again the other day, and you hadn't heard him talk with me about it, and he'd said the Earth was measured flat, and I'd asked him how. How did you measure the Earth flat? And he went on to describe his time as a mortarman and how he set up a mortar, and that he had to level the mortar, and he couldn't level the mortar if the Earth wasn't flat. And I was arguing, well, you've established a level because the Earth isn't. You've had to establish something level because the Earth isn't level. And that is your horizontal reference, the mortar, but it doesn't measure the Earth. You can make no claims with a mortar that the whole of the Earth is measured flat. And he argued with me and threatened mods and all sorts of things, because there wasn't really an answer, but people did back him up. They backed him up on it and supported him in his argument. And so that's as far as the debate went. The other day, you were there, Bev, and you said, well, go on, repeat what you said, because I'd be interested to hear, what your proof is, because you've claimed it's been measured. So, how did you do it? And you know how that went. I don't know if that was in the recording the other day, but I think some of it was. Yeah, it was. And he just gave the list that...
Yeah, he put himself on the list of the angle triangle. turning the
Yes,
angle
and
into a triangle.
and he went back to the questions, and this is, this is what I heard from Miggy originally months and months ago when I used to listen, and I heard that there was Miggy has the three questions, the Wig Snatcher Club, and I've heard Skinny repeating those. Have you got proof of curvature? Have you got proof of the Earth spinning? Have you got proof of gas without a container? And there are these three questions, and these are the three things that Skinny's been repeating. So I know the roots of them. I know how they work and the script works. And I challenged him on that, and that's what he repeated to you the other day when you asked, if his explanation of how he measured the Earth flat. He went back to the script, and yeah, I find it quite intriguing that that people are. That's what I said. There's lots of people with loud voices. They have a script, a certain. Even if they're the originator of the script, maybe, but they have a format that they repeat. Other people see it as being successful. There's nobody can answer the question, maybe. So they repeat it and copy it against another person, and then they feel big and good. And I won. I won that. I flat smacked some glober today because he couldn't tell me who had measured the Earth's curvature in history. And yeah. So,
well, I mean, measured curvature. I've been asked plenty of times today as well, like, show me the curve.
Yeah.
And I have to say, what curve? Like, what are you talking about? Can show you loads of curves, but what is it that you're actually talking about? And I've never had a reply. Even with Skinny the other day, we agreed that there are curves that you can see. But he said they're not the curves he's talking about. So, again, if somebody can show us what they're talking about or use some words to explain what this curvature is that they're looking for, that they want people to show them, then I'm guessing people would be able to do it. The globe guys have never shown them. I'll show anybody a mountain, a hill, a lump, whatever. Like, that's a curve.
I think that this is the same thing with this curvature and flatness, because as we know, you cannot measure Earth being flat, and in the same way, you cannot measure Earth being curved according to this curvature of sphericity, because we have the cause is the same. We cannot measure Earth flat because we have mountains and valleys, and for the same reason, we cannot measure this rate of curvature because of mountains and valleys. So this is the same answer for both questions about flat Earth and spherical Earth. We
It's the
cannot
same
measure
thing, isn't it? It's like they've just duplicated, and this is the new wave of this. Like I've always said, I call them Flat Earth Society, the whole group. And this to me just shows that the Flat Earth Society is a much bigger thing than people actually realise. They're both saying the same thing, but just in different ways. And the way that these people are trying to silence other conversations, then, I mean, that's the problem, really, is the way people silencing other people in what is meant to be a discussion room. But it's turned into just a heated thing. Skinny Vet thinks it's a debate. But, like, Flat Earth Debate shows that there's never been a debate. There is no debate. I don't think there's anybody that is willing to say that there is a debate around here. It's a lot of people that tend to put a show on, but there's never any debate. No arguments are ever made. It's just a really bad situation, I think, for people to come into the realization that, like, most of the people in this room would actually enjoy a debate. it would be refreshing to see a debate that's actually going on, but we don't know what the topic would be. Until somebody can come up with a topic. I mean, I've had a few debates with a few people. Don't really know what that debates were. Straight line and level I had with Fight the Flat Earth. Level and horizontal with Blue Marble Science, where I actually came up with 3 arguments to give him. And I think there was another one, wasn't there, with Chaiki. I hope Chaiki's doing okay. Shout out Chaiki if he's still out there, man. And we'll see if Skinny Bet wants to actually attempt to do something. It'll be good for that room, I think. If Skinny Vet does want to attempt to show everyone how he can have a debate, then yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, and yeah, I can see, I can foresee one of the outcomes of this is, and I'll say, I'm not whinging and moaning and saying, poor me, look at me and how I've been treated. You know, I'm tough enough to, and I was willing to have the conversation there and then at the time, but I can see people saying, oh, you had to go and back to Bev's place and moan, but I didn't know until 20 minutes before the show even Bev was even going to go over this. So this is not a case of me
He mentioned
going
me at the
anywhere.
beginning, saying the predatory
Yeah.
behaviour, like
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, but I haven't gone anywhere and sought anybody to fight on my behalf or anything. I want to make that clear about that. Yeah, I don't. But you know, earlier today, you know, Bev said, you know, imagine if you were on, you know, you were new and you were on your own. And I have tried to be on my own because I've been put in this group of people, and I have tried to stand on my own to say, well, no,
I did say
just
that to you, didn't I, when you came here? I
Yeah,
said, like,
that's what I
you
mean.
even
Yeah.
coming here will cause this to escalate, let's say, by just the fact that you're in this room and talking to
Yeah.
us. And
Yeah, and I'm
this is what I want to cut out, right? I want personally to get rid of all of this type of stuff, but it does seem to escalate the situation. And Elderbear is right. He's completely on his own. He's just a guy who could be you. Anybody listening to this could be you doing this. Just come in and have a conversation. And you could be like Elderbear, just a regular guy. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm glad, you know, because it was you said you voiced that, you know, and that idea that, you know, as I'd said when I first came into this, you know, I said a week or so ago, you know, I haven't even found my voice yet. I feel like I am beginning to find my voice just to be normal somehow, and speak, and that's quite a no man's land to cross, from silence to opening your mic and having something to say, or, you know, finding what there is and feeling strong enough and with your argument or with what you know or what you want to ask or question, because you know, I've witnessed this going on for quite a while beforehand, you know, the way people talk and how people are treated. So it takes something to do that. So when you get put in these positions, and if people are witnessing, that's what I'm saying to Skinny. You know, what you are doing is telling other people, don't you dare step over that line and come this way. It'll tell people, you know, you'll be accused of this, you'll be accused of that. Oh God, no! I don't. Yeah, I only wanted to ask some simple question about, you know, some distance or gas, or, you know, what can you explain to me what you mean? Because this is all it is can you explain to me? And I said that to Flatsy this morning when she was talking to a woman who'd observed the salt flats, and she'd taken some pictures and waved a laser around. And these were observations, but Flatsy was claiming they were proofs, and said that this woman should have extra powers in the 24/7 room and mod powers and should be a gold member. And I said, hang on, can you explain? Because Flatsy, you said proof. This lady has said observations. Can you clarify? Is there proof of what in this, or is this just observations? And the whole room just spiraled, and I've been thrown out now. It seems now, even if I go to the chat, I'm rerouted back to VC verification. So it seems like I've got to go and get VC verification again. I don't know why. And I said, look, I'm only seeking clarification, because if there is some proof here, if you can show me some proof, then I might be able to repeat that to somebody else and said, I'm pretty convinced of what these people have said. They've shown me the proof, and or I've either tested it myself, or it feels pretty solid for me to repeat it to somebody else as proof, as the Chinese whisper proof line gets going. But I can't do that if it's not something I can stand on. And I heard Oakley say that today. He said, you don't make a claim if you can't back it up. But when I've asked him to back it up, he throws me out. He did yesterday again. And I just asked, where can this be observed, this flat Earth that can be measured? Where's the naturally occurring phenomena? And he said, how can you put a concrete noun to the scientific method to be tested? I don't know what he meant by the concrete noun. Did he mean the term flat Earth? If he meant that was a concrete noun, then how can you measure that then? How can you measure the concrete noun? And all I hear is that you can establish a horizontal reference, and as Oakley will say, ergo, establish a horizontal reference, ergo, flat Earth. And this is the question I'm asking, Yeah, you can establish a horizontal reference, but where is this flat Earth that's measured then? It's a nonsensical claim that I can't stand by, and lots of people are repeating. The source won't tell me. So if I ask the people who repeated it from the loudest voice in the room, who insists, I mean, he was on Earth Awakenings the other day, laying down the law, insisting that people must stick to this and say this, and swearing at people and all sorts, because the question is said, well, how do you back that up? Where's the proof for this big claim? How can you stand and say, yes, the Earth's measured flat, and it's done this way? Let me just explain to you. Do you understand? Oh, yeah, I get it. Or you don't get it. Well, I'll try and explain a bit more. But nobody can do that. Nobody can give me this clear explanation. The answer is shut up, get out, don't, ban this guy. Right? And that just seems crazy. So yeah, I'm really appreciate having the support of OTL, in this, and maybe that's what saves me, in a sense. Maybe there's people feels like, oh, there's a connection there between some people who are not just come around, been here a long time, and well, if they want to call me a Bev Earther, then so be it. But just because you hear a good argument and you can repeat it and think, wow, that's a basis to ask questions upon. And I'm still learning it, still learning a lot of things, and from the responses. So yeah, but if that makes you one of the exiled people because you happen to find some proof and something solid to stand on and begin to ask questions and make your further investigations to understand what reality is for you. I'm not claiming reality for anybody else, just trying to make sense of it for myself. And if it crosses lines with other people and they can say, yeah, that's what we observe, that's that's yeah, we agree with you, and you can find agreement with people, then that's not a bad thing, is it? It's certainly not a bad thing. But we're not, yeah.
Well, we've not,
I'm not
really,
brainwashed.
because of everything that's going on and the time that you've came in, you've not really had chance to see any of the actual arguments that we do have, or any of the formulated arguments to rebut any of their claims. Really, we're more dealing with these, I call them petty little squabbles and bickering. Really,
Bickering. That's the
yeah.
argument.
There's no actual. We've never got round to the actual arguments yet, and obviously they're personal things. So you don't really want to be throwing them around, because this arena obfuscates all arguments anyway. And which gets us round to this next part of today. I don't know if anybody knows about the ongoing thing on the internet about internal monologue that's been going on. It started, I think I saw it a few months ago. Now, it might have been going on for longer and all of that, but it's a thing about how you I don't know, process thought. I'm guessing. Now, the only way I can make sense of it is that everybody's an individual, so everybody thinks obviously how they think. Now, most of the time people think that everybody else thinks like they think, and that's why there's misunderstandings and stuff. But this particular is it's become more obvious because there's a statement that certain people have an internal monologue going on and other people don't. This server particularly was when we started talking about it. There you go. That's the how long ago was that? Is that putting there you go. If you ever struggle to understand why things are the way they are and why life is so terribly frustrating, remember that 50% of the population don't even have an inner monologue, and they get to vote too. So that's the thing. So somebody's saying, this is the reason I came in there, because there's into this arena, because there's a division, right? Now somebody's saying there, with those words, I mean, it's just somebody saying it on Twitter, but he's saying that 50% of the people don't have an inner monologue, and for that reason he thinks that they get to vote, or there's something, implied about the voting process about people that don't have an inner monologue. Now, what people understand that inner monologue to mean, I don't know. That's what really interests me in this whole arena. So that guy there in that particular tweet is obviously realized that his inner monologue is how he processes thoughts. Now, I'm pretty sure that everybody has thoughts. So that can't be the problem. The problem isn't that some people don't think. Whereas I think what we got it down to is the idea that the inner monologue is a conversation that you have with yourself in real time. I think, because I'm one of those people that doesn't really have it.
No,
Definitely.
The monologue is different. You can have conversation with yourself, but this is not monologue.
Yeah.
Monologue is one side. And by the way, I have no idea why or how he checked that his monologue is logical, for example. Because for me, it doesn't matter if it is monologue or inner conversation. For me, what matters is only if it is logical or not. So
One person talking.
Yeah.
So the idea that we came up with today is, do you tend to speak words in your head without vocalizing them? That's really what it boiled down to, I think, for our discussion that we had. Now, that may not be what this guy's talking about, but that is what at least we had talked about today, and it is a fascinating discussion because I am one of those people who is constantly talking to myself in my head. Like in actual words, I can actually hear myself, although I'm not vocalizing it and I'm not actually hearing anything. But I can hear myself in my head, speak to myself in my own words.
Yes, I'm doing that
So
all
you
the
do the
time.
same.
Yes,
So you do the
but
same.
for me it is nothing strange.
I
I'm
know, paper. Hang on a second, because Emma and Bev, they don't have that, like, at all. And that blew my mind.
wait a second.
See,
Okay.
this is what happens. This is
Wait,
if
wait,
you want to
Yep.
come in. Anybody else wants to come into this conversation?
One question. Bev, can you read in your mind if you have
Oh, you're gonna
text?
love this. You're gonna love this paper.
Because for me it is like reading myself. So
Yeah.
I
Me
can
too,
read
paper.
book in my head, let's say. So I can speak words which are written
Yep.
down on paper,
Yep.
and I can say this loudly or silently in my mind.
Yep.
So and thinking is just like this for me.
No, paper. No. I'm sorry. For you it is. For me it is. But for Bev and Emma, like, I was asking Emma, I said, wait a minute. Like, when you're reading a book, you don't actually read the words. Like, you're not in your head reading those words, like as if you were saying, like if you were reading it out loud, but you're not reading it out loud. You're reading it to yourself. And she says, no, I don't do that at all. I couldn't comprehend it. I can't, still can't comprehend that, because I have to. Like, I can't read any other way other than to, like, I'm reading it to myself. And I think Mike said that he was the same way as me. You're obviously the same way, but Emma and Bev are not. There may be others that aren't. And then there was this Twitter, not the one that's Mike put up here, but one that Bev put up earlier. It's like this video of this guy like us, me, Paper, and Mike, talking to this girl that's like Bev and Emma. And it was just fat. I don't know if you're going to go over it, Bev, but it was just, I was riveted for 10 minutes. Riveted to the discussion.
Maybe they do, but they don't realize.
No, paper. No.
I asked my wife. My wife, I'm 100% confident, is smarter than I am. I mean, she's like genius level human being. She processes information in her brain completely differently than I do. She does not read out loud in her head. And she can speed read like a demon.
That's the thing. Speed reading. Yeah. Reading very fast. Yeah. And I'm like, I can't. I just can't. I can't do that. It's
I think that might be related to women more, especially the speed reading and that kind of thing, because that's me to a T.
No. See, my my partner too. She's the same. She won't do the same thing. Like, she's like Kevin, right? So I personally don't think this is a male female type thing. This may be one of the differences between thought processes, and I placed it down to paper. I mean, I placed it down to the fact that I always considered my brain to be more mathematical and didn't really process the linguistics within words that well. It wasn't my forte, whereas the missus, she definitely does. She has more English than mathematical. So I just presumed that there was a difference that way. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know how this goes, because we're dealing in thought processes here, and people imagine that it's got something to do with thought, but it's not. Everybody thinks.
It could have to do with left brain, right brain. I wonder if it does.
Yeah, maybe it does. it is the way Emma described it is her reading is the exact same way the girl in the Twitter video when she was being interviewed by the guy said that she did it, which is she kind of sees the sentence structure and picks out a word or two that gives her the idea of what the sentence says, but that's all she needs. Like if there's a 15 word sentence, I have to read every single word of that sentence. And in my mind, especially if it's like a novel or something like that, Mike and I were talking earlier today about this, like I will paint an entire picture of what that scene is, even if the words aren't there to actually describe it. And people that don't have that, it's whatever we're calling this, call it internal monologue for now, don't seem to have that same thing. It's like they're fine with just saying, like Emma and I were talking like a forest. Like if something in a novel was describing a grove of trees, like in my mind, I would picture picture tall pine trees, like with the really rough bark that has really deep gouges in between. Like I'll go to that level, and Emma says, "I'll just see trees." That's it. It's just like trees. I got it. Trees. Move on.
I just
That's
see
why
the word trees, right?
Yeah,
that's
it's
it,
not.
right?
I don't see the trees.
No, you
It's
just see the word.
It's just there's trees, and there
You get
could
it.
be any infinite possibilities of trees. So I'm not. There's no point going there. It's just trees. Move on, like next.
Doesn't matter. Just move on
And
next, which is why you
and
could just
yeah, and you
read
could
pretty fast.
jumble up. You could jumble up the sentence. You could remove words, and I could still make sense of it.
Yep. When we went through this today, I had never in my almost 59 years never heard. I just assumed. I think maybe like Paper did. Like, oh, everybody reads like out loud to themselves silently. Like, no, apparently not. Mind blowing.
Yeah, I can read
No.
out loud, right?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah, I can do all of that stuff,
But
but
that's
that's
not how I do it.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I call it the inner dialogue. That's always been my for a long time. It's been my description of that. And yeah, it was interesting just hearing and listening to people and thinking, well, what Emma was just describing about the trees, and I was trying to understand and look at myself and think, do I do that? Is that the way to try and understand what you actually mean by when you say that it's just the word trees and there's and I feel like, well, I do some of that. It's not a detailed conversation of everything I'm doing, and I felt that, well, if you're in this place where you have this inner dialogue that you are aware of, which I thought everybody had, and some people say no, they don't have that. It does at the moment, feels like difficult to understand what that might be like, and whether I've got that but I haven't recognized that in parts. And I wondered whether from the other side, whether it was difficult to understand that people have this dialogue that you claim not to have. So yeah, it's quite interesting.
I have dialogues. I can make dialogue
Yeah.
in my head. So, but the word used here, it was monologue. And I can do both. I can monologue in my head and I can make dialogue in my head also. So for me, it is no problem. But
Yeah,
It's kind of a monologue, but I'm listening. So
yeah, but for me,
it's a dialogue because I'm, yeah, not a monologue in that sense. But go on, sorry, Em.
No, I was just going to say, like, the monologue for me would be, say you were in a film and they were, the camera's following you around and you have a narrator who's kind of, all those boring little mundane things that you don't really need to know you're being told. That to me is an internal monologue that's running all the time. I don't have that. I can have it if I wanted to, but if I'm thinking, so I will say stuff out loud. I won't do there isn't like a running narration for me for everything.
Yeah, well, I do that.
That's what I don't get.
I had both of those then, because I don't, I often think to myself, how did I manage to do all those things without somehow having the knowledge that I did them? I can break it down and look at it and thought, well, something made me go and put the kettle on while I was listening to somebody talking, and had other thoughts, maybe 100 things going on at the same time, but I wasn't, having this conversation. I must walk over there and turn the kettle on and then put the tea leaves in the pot or whatever. Not for every detail. Some of those things are just going on in the background somehow without a conscious dialogue.
Yeah,
But if I
like
broke it down,
the
there
way
must be
I
some
do it
electrical dialogue going on.
is driving the car, right? Because that's, I think, when the brain switches there, to me anyway. You could have a conversation, but you wouldn't be thinking, oh, I don't know, change gear, change up to third, indicate
okay.
left, press the brake,
Right.
clutch
That's what
in.
you mean.
Like, that to me would be the internal monologue, right? That does everything to let you know that. And I don't do that, particularly in a car.
I don't have that either.
I would say that all becomes part of this riding a bike type thing. It's swapped over from one side of the brain to the other, where it becomes.
Yes, it is already automatic.
Yeah.
So
so I do that too. That's good. I
So
understand.
the automatic things wouldn't have that internal monologue, but according to this, people always have an internal monologue that goes along with them.
I would disagree, because I didn't say that I have always, because I can imagine things. For example, I can put something like an argument. For example, if I've heard something in debate or here in server, and I am trying to think it over. So I can imagine things that I'm thinking of, and it is not a monologue. I am just creating images of things. I'm trying to connect them. I'm trying to put a sentence, for example, and then I'm trying to create argument to support that, and even whole speech, how to convince people. So I am in process of creating that monologue. But this is just different pieces which I am linking together into, for example, into argument. But when I am going to argument in my thought, I have to use consequent arguments. So it would be a speech like monologue, but logical monologue, not nonsense stream of consciousness. Like some people are doing that in public, stream of consciousness.
Exactly. That's the point about the whole of this, right? You being, like talking to everybody that's listening at the minute, right? You always imagine that everybody else processes the way you think, the same as you do, right? Now, when you heard that initially about the monologue, it sounds like you can switch from one to the other. Well, I think when me and Emma heard that, we just didn't understand what that internal monologue was. It's a different way of processing it. Like, we do definitely think about things, but not with an internal monologue. I'm the same for this whole show, right? I don't actually plan anything on certain nights. Like for tonight, we've had this discussion a little bit earlier on, but none of that was planned either. So there's no internal monologue that's prepared anything to do with any of this. This is all as is. So slightly different, I think. Different ways of processing thoughts. But to go along with that, it shows you that within this type of arena and these debates, that
all that makes the United States, that which is much longer. But they look at it as a whole. And so Em and I were talking.
Oh.
So Emma and I were talking, and she said that I said if I'm reading a novel and there's this description of the forest, like in my mind, I'll paint that whole picture.
Yes, me too. Yes, paint. So
Right?
I am creating images. Yes, also.
And
Yeah.
she,
I think Kev might be talking to his missus.
no, they don't.
Is it a hot
No,
mic,
at all.
Kev?
It was a bit of a segue.
I think Kevin's got a hot mic. Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, that was
I
brilliant.
know.
On topic
So then
hot
Mike
mic.
Jones, the other guy, says, when I was
Hang on,
reading
hang on, hang on. I'm
Tolkien,
gonna have to
the
get
Lord
to
of the
him.
Rings, I said, yeah, and I said,
Gonna get
and the
there.
movie saw.
There we go.
That was very strange.
But that's
That
what
was brilliant.
that's what this topic does. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
This
I'm
is a topic.
I'm gonna go home and
Yeah, go on.
I'm going to go home and have this conversation with my wife now. But what's interesting is while Paper was talking and while you were talking, I was noticing myself
Yeah.
reading your words out loud as you were saying them in my own head, and then trying to have that conversation with you while you were talking. How crazy is that?
Yeah, for me it is. This is how I operate. So, but
Yeah.
when I am reading, for example, a novel, or like for example, Sherlock Holmes, so I am imagining these situations in which he was, how he is thinking, how he's walking. I was imagining while reading.
But within
So-
this arena, is that not you filling in gaps? So if somebody else talks vague about something, do you have the ability to place a vivid picture there on somebody else's vagueness? Is that, is that placed within you, the ability to picture something that isn't actually stated?
If he is, it depends, because
Like Emma
if-
said earlier, trees. But Kevin had like trees with bark, and they were pines, and there was a lot more placed into it than that was actually said. Now, within this arena, when somebody says curvature, other people might have the ability to picture something, right? To place it within that framework. Whereas, like me, I don't even know what it is. I can't picture it. I need more information. I need more input.
Yes, I agree. So if we have a novel and someone is using word trees, you can imagine different trees. Because if it is not said, and maybe it is not relevant to the novel.
Yeah, well, it's like fascinating. Like Mike said earlier, we were talking about Lord of the Rings when they were kids, reading it and then watching the film. Although the film's really well done, it's not. It doesn't live up to the picture that you'd place there.
Absolutely, yes, yes. So this is my experience, and I think, but this is me, that people now, today, that are starting with watching Lord of the Rings, for example, or other things, and then they are reading text of the book, they lose many things, because I like this film, this Lord of the Rings, but how it is done, how people acted there, and it is somehow close to my imagination. But I can say that I imagined this whole story differently. I'm not saying that this is bad, the film is bad in comparison to my imagination. It is different. But
I don't. Mine doesn't even process like that. I don't see a picture when I'm reading the book. I might have a little idea of the characters and what they would look like, possibly. The rest, like if I was actually making a film set, it would be blank for me. The rest is unimportant, and it doesn't, like, my brain doesn't visualize things. I'm going by the words, the characters, the emotions portrayed in the words, that kind of stuff. It's
emotions. That's so key. I was like, I bet she feels the emotions though.
Yes. Yeah.
By the way,
Nice.
I'm sorry for the hot miking. My mic microphone cuts out and then comes back with it off of mute. But you probably heard part of the conversation. I had to
It was
verify
perfect. It was
I
perfect.
verified with my wife. She does have an inner monologue, so everything is
You two
good.
are compatible.
We have heard. We have
Oh,
heard.
you did? Okay, you heard that she has an inner monologue. I feel much better now. Everything is fine because I was going to freak out for a second. She didn't quite understand what I was saying, but she has an inner monologue, so I'm good. I'm
Yeah,
happy.
I'm really intrigued as to how it is in your mind, Emma and Bev. I think you do have an inner monologue or an inner voice going on, but how you describe that and how that plays out, I'm trying to think. Do I do that? Is that what I have as well, or how is that? That's intriguing. Not saying you don't, or it's from my point of view trying to understand what that might be, what that might feel like,
I
what that
don't
might look like. 'Cause I think we all have those abilities to
everybody.
have
Yeah.
those.
People have always talked about it, and I've never understood it. I've gone, I'm not quite sure what they mean because I just think stuff. There isn't there isn't a voice. There isn't me talking with myself. I mean, I could do that, but that's not what happens. There's just thoughts, and there might be completely random thoughts in a row, or there might be a string of thoughts, or it's just thoughts.
This feels like a morning conversation that we have here often. And I've said many times in morning conversations with Bev that he's helping me to rewire my brain. But it's interesting because I'm not unwiring the way I think. I feel like I'm adding his wires so that I'm adding the way he thinks about things to the way I think about things and trying to be able to delineate between the two and go, oh, this is the way Bev would think about it, but this is the way I'm thinking about it. And it's funny because when Bev gets kind of like a little bit short with paper, I'm like, yeah, I would have been there. I would have done that the same way the paper would have done it. And I have to back myself up and say, but we're all thinking differently. Anyway, I'll stop talking, but it feels like a morning conversation, Bev.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because I'm intrigued by that and would like to add it to my software. And I feel like those aspects that I can awaken and add to my software because they're valuable. The other ways people view things and see things and understand things. It gives you a level of awareness, a different sense of awareness. So that's what I find intriguing. I'm kind of thinking, what do I already have that? Are they describing what I am doing too? But we just described it differently. Because for me, the
if you
feeling of
work in
those.
a model, right, like you said, you guys are looking at a book and you're painting pictures within that book. Now, those pictures will be different. And
absolutely.
How does that differ from Tis Globe? Because we've all painted a picture of Tis Globe in much the same way. So whenever you hear it, you refer back to that picture that you've painted. Now, that's a personal thing.
Yes, because we have different experiences. So, for example, if going back to Lord of the Rings, for example, how I imagined dwarf in Lord of the Ring before watching film.
Yes.
So it was slightly different, of course. And I would say that picture of mine and picture of Kevin would be different, but somehow similar, because we all know that dwarves have beards, they are small, fat, etc. They wear axes, etc. So it would be similar, but not the same. I agree.
That's very
No.
that's very
Don't
R
use
word against dwarves.
Don't use dwarves though, because we all know what dwarves are in real life. Use orcs. What's an orc?
No, dwarf is different than an
My
orc.
view
Right?
of
Come on now.
Yeah, my view of orcs was completely different than Peter Jackson's view of orcs. I was like, that's not what an orc looks like to me. But who knows what an orc looks like, because there are no orcs in reality.
I had the same thing. The orcs were far more, I think in the third movie, the orcs were far, at least the lead one, more pig-like is the way I pictured it when I read it the first time. And I don't know why
I
that is.
just see, and me, because obviously I have to form some picture. That's a given. With an orc, I have to form. All I'm thinking of is ugly, big, hulking, typical monster thing, right? There's no.
Didn't even have
There's
that.
there's nothing. There's nothing more than that.
Wow. It's so fascinating.
Until I
even get
actually
past-
saw the thing, right? Because now I can envision, right? The image I get is the orc from the film,
The movies.
but I don't even know what that is really, because I can't really remember it. I wasn't really involved in the story or anything like that either.
You never painted an orc
either at school or even when I was watching the film.
Yeah.
I never got past the language.
That's
I
wild.
never got past the new language. I found it a real barrier to try and wrap my tongue around these long names of things. And so I found it impossible to read. I put it down. I never read it.
No, see, to me, the books were beautiful to read. Like, just they kept me, and they were long books as well. And of course, a set of them is a reader's dream, and they were so well done. But like I said, I didn't visualize it. So when the films came out, my perspective was, did they follow the actual storyline? Were the characters playing the same type? Were they, the same emotions, the same feeling with the characters as there were in the book? Nothing to do with visuals, particularly.
Yeah, I just personally felt it wasn't for me.
Yeah, so-
that book wasn't for me to read. And there's lots of those, the Iliad, Plato. You talk about these things. I think, I should have read War and Peace. I should have read all these books somehow. But there are books I've read for me that were for me, I guess. But this wasn't one of them.
It's so interesting. Just to use that book again, because it sounds like many of us have read it and then saw the movie. But like Rohan, the Riders of Rohan, for me, it was I painted that whole thing far differently than Peter Jackson did. And it was beautiful. It was shot beautifully I think they did it in New Zealand. But in my mind, it was far, far different than that. But it is so interesting to me that some people don't even paint that picture at all. It's like it's a blank slate. It's a blank canvas.
Well, remember, I lost the model early on, right? So I'm not speaking for anybody at all. I'm just coming from somebody that doesn't have a model, a childhood model of any of this stuff. So the logical processing that I do is entirely that. I need to have something to picture. Do you know what I mean? I need the real for me to be able to process something, because I literally don't have the imagination of the child that that somebody's given that picture or image or whatever of something that's placed in the child mind.
Yep.
I don't have the ability to do that for some reason.
Well, and you and I were talking earlier about the three pieces of the trivium and how you had to really work at the rhetoric, and where when I came in and we went through that, I felt like I had a pretty good grip on the rhetoric. But it was the logic and the grammar that I really needed. And that's where I think also the thought comes in, because the grammar and the logic are in the mind, right? The rhetoric is when it comes out the mouth, or it's formed in the mind and then comes out the mouth typically in a dialectic with somebody else. But I found that fascinating as well. Bottom line, I guess, people are different. we think differently, sometimes vastly differently, and that is all hampers us in our communication with one another to some extent, I guess.
But this feels very left brain, right brainy for me, though. I mean, I don't know if we can reduce it to that. I mean, they talk about, sort of the artistic mind and the analytical mind, and some people have kind of a combination of both, and some people can express one side or the other. But part of me is thinking that this is related to that for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm going to dig in on the inner monologue for sure.
I like the idea of if you place within the trivium and the ages of, different things. Well, logic starts at around that 7-8 years old mark. And up until then, it really, within the trivium, you're just talking about grammar. I mean, obviously preparing the way for the logic. And then once you've got the grammar and the logic, you learn the rhetoric, how to express these things that you're processing through the logic. Well, take me as an example. Get rid of the grammar, right? So it's hard for me. I've got a logical mind, but I don't really have a grammar to be able to express the rhetoric. So the rhetoric for me was difficult. That's why I say I came here to learn the rhetoric, but I ended up finding logic, which gave me the grammar, and the people around us here have aided me with showing me how the grammar is important for the rhetoric to express the logic. These three things all come as one. And if I have gained that, then other people will have gained those three different things in different proportions. I'm imagining this whole thing is based around that trivium and how you express your thoughts, how they're processed, and how you process those thoughts and the thinking process. And that's what I'm here for, really, to understand how other people think.
Can you just talk about the trivium, what those three things are for those people who might not know?
Okay.
What you mean when you say the trivium?
Yeah, the trivium is the basics of learning the childhood mind. So from 0 to about 5, 6, 7, the grammar is learned, and literally just the word association, these things, right? The identity of things. That's what the grammar is. How you link cat, dog, square, circle, all of that sort of stuff. That's what the grammar is, and how to process the identity of things. What's good, what's bad, all of that.
How the words are categorized, that's also a big piece of it. Or how you put certain words in certain categories, that's all covered in the organon. All of that kind of stuff is part of grammar.
Yeah, the meanings of the words and how the words are associated with the meanings of the things. It's a fascinating read. It goes into a lot of depth.
So personally, for people, I mean, that all depends on the environment you're in and how much of that you're exposed to by your parents or your surroundings, isn't it, really?
And well,
if you don't have it,
schools nowadays will give you the identity of all sorts of things, right? Even down to different sexes or whatever, stuff that I don't consider is done or wasn't done back in the day, but modern times have shifted that and placed other things within the grammar process. Well, once you hit a certain age, and you normally know this within the human, a logical process starts occurring where you start reasoning for yourself. And that's the shift into this next stage, is where logic is processed. and that's the reasoning. You're able to fit things together. With me, obviously, I had an accident that caused me to forget all of that earlier times. So it's quite easy for me to look back and see how that affected me within this learning, especially at this sort of age now, right? Because most of this that I've learned, have learned in this arena. So that the shift occurs. So everything before that time, when you are able to reason for yourself, becomes locked in, because your grammar process is just taken in as truth. You had no ability to reason whether it was true or not true, right? There's no reasoning goes into that before that time. But once you do begin to reason for yourself, all of that stuff that comes before it is locked in. You can't then reason a backdated reasoning. It just gets locked in. So you have to process all of that earlier stuff within the logical process. You would be able to say, if I do this, if I put my hand in the fire, I'll get burned. And it'd be hot. If the kettle's on the stove, it'll be hot. You weren't taught that early on, but you began to reason it for yourself at that sort of time. And then obviously, as that you grow up, then I think they say from 7 to 11, 12, 13. That's where the logic process goes in. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I know, like in Steiner education, for instance, so the first 7 years will be, on growth skills, really, on your movement and shapes, and there's no intellectual process. They don't do any intellectual teaching, really. They say the intellectual mind doesn't awaken from 7, so then they teach in blocks of 7. So probably that second stage in those terms would be like 7 to 14, the next 7-year stage, where you'd be in like class 1 in that system.
Well, I think it's the cognitive development of a human, right? I think.
I mean, I've just seen it recognized in that, and not in general state education. I don't see that delineated that way. Whereas, like in Europe, the children may start school, proper school, if you like, from kindergarten at sort of 6 or 7 years old, which they don't in the UK. They're trying to get them in school at 2 now, or into some kind of institution of some kind. But I only came across it there in Steiner and Montessori education that outlined those periods, and that's where I became aware of the beginning of intellectual development in a child from 7 years on. So that's where I relate to what you're saying now. That's what I was relating that to.
Yeah, and then obviously once you've got the grammar and the logic together, then you place the rhetoric, and the rhetoric is just your ability to orate, to converse with people about these things. That's the part that I was missing completely. I think that's a lot of there's a lot of people now, modern times, with an inability to communicate. As well, particularly the logic. I think logic has been completely annihilated,
wiped out.
None. And even to the fact that the grammar, right? But it goes to show that within this process that we're dealing with here, and the idea that people can picture things, and I have to imagine something. I have to have something there to be able to picture, imagine, right? I need a process. I need to be shown all of that. Well, if you've already been given that as a child, these models or whatever, then automatically as an adult, you'll go back and remember those things. That you don't need to imagine them, because somebody's already given you this image in the early times.
and then it's harder not to imagine it. That's
Ooh.
why it is so hard for some people that have a model to drop the model, especially if they have that function in their brain that associates those early things with a specific, let's say, picture or idea of what something is. And if you're so intense with that picturing in your mind, like some people are, like I am, it does make getting rid of that even more difficult. I've managed to do that, but it's taken a long time to be able to do that. It still creeps in every once in a while, but I have to, my logic side has to really press hard against that. What was, as Beth said, what was locked in when obviously when I was very young.
Yeah. Now this may come as a, well, I don't know. A lot of people get upset when I say this, but as far as the learning and the understanding of these early years, I consider you understand what love is, because that's the affection that your parents gave you in the early years. So obviously, if you didn't have a very good upbringing, then your concept of love may be linked to how your parents treated you. And your whole understanding of that will be linked to whatever happened in those early years. That's why I think they have the give me a child at the age of 7 and I'll show you the man.
Yeah,
that was Aristotle that said that.
Or conversely, it takes a whole village to raise a child. And where does, so when you talk about these things, I think everybody is subject to this issue. This, unless there's some perfect form of growing, of education, of introduction to rhetoric and language and grammar, then how would you not get lost? How would and then it seems to me that it's a matter of luck in the future whether you get a chance to even look at it, to unpick it, and to search for the truth out of all the stories you've been told. So that when I said to you a couple of weeks ago, it's all a lie. Your name is a lie. You grow with your name, and that identifies you in some way and gives you structure and form and an identity that isn't you at all. And,
I think that,
and how do you unpick all those things? If you're lucky enough to come across that in your life and think, hang on, and you are able to have the ability and the time and the awareness to think about something, to unpick it and try and work out what is the truth for yourself. Because nobody's getting the perfect situation that leads them to freedom from the word go.
Well, and how difficult is it, like you say, to unpick that?
Yeah.
But if it's so wedged in there, it's no wonder why we've talked to so many people that we would categorize as being on the bridge of asses and just paralyzed, unable to move, and get stuck on that bridge, because it's hard to let that stuff go. It's hard to, as you say, I like what you said, unpick all that and try to learn a new way, or set aside a model that's you've carried with you your entire life, since you were young. So how does one do that? Well, I think going back to what we talked about earlier with the whole skinny vet thing, and the conversation that was happening when you first came into that, Elder Bear, was the allegory of the cave. That's, to me, is a perfect example of how that process would happen. And it only happens through conversation. Like I've said, I was very much wedged into that, even though I didn't think I had that model adopted. It turned out that, boy, did I ever. And it was a real difficult process to unwedge it, because I went from one model to another model and got myself wedged into that one before I found this place, and found out that I didn't have to have a model. But it took so many conversations to get to that point. But when you have people like Skinny Vet and others that won't allow the conversation, that's fascinating in this context, isn't it? Because there's no way to unpick any of that or reset yourself. But these are the people, these are the guardians of the truth, so they say, right? These are the, hey, come out of the cave and and realize flat Earth. It's all of its grandeur, but yet they don't want to have any actual conversations about any of this. Well, how do you actually unpack the model that's been foisted upon you if you can't converse?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was the focus of this arena. Those things that's happening in pretty much everywhere you go. Those things are happening, even if you're not, you have no cognition of it. And you are lucky. You are lucky enough to have even heard about the cave in any form, in allegory, or to come to that realization that that cave may even exist, that you're even in it. That to me is some kind of luck to lead you to restructuring who you might be in reality, given that we don't we've got to survive, and to be able to focus on these things and actually put those into some kind of reality, to change yourself, to work on yourself is hard work. So it's big work, the work, if you like.
Yeah, we haven't even really
No, haven't
gone
even
over
touched it.
the cave. Really, we haven't even finished the book 7. We only got halfway through. I mean, like they said, that is where we are, and the journey in and out of the cave. You do have a duty to go back in the cave. That's stated within the book, right? Within book 7.
That was kind of where I was going today when I heard him talking about the cave, because I wanted to say, well, if somebody approached you and they said they were from the outside of the cave, how would you treat
the way you said
what would you do?
It was like he was speaking from the outside.
Yes, but
right?
for me, I didn't think that. That wasn't my cognition of
You're
that.
still
what
in the
was going
cave,
on.
right? You can't speak from outside of the cave whilst you're
No.
still in the cave.
So I heard him echoing in the cave, you see, when he was talking. That was what was going on in my mind, thinking, you're not out of the cave. What are you talking about? That was what I felt about that. And so, that's what I wanted to get to. What would happen? How would you deal with somebody who came from outside the cave to tell you about the cave you were in and say, look behind you, see those shadows on the wall, you see where they're coming from? How would you deal with those people? Then what happens?
Well, it's interesting you say that, because remember in the book, in that actual chapter, it said when you go back into the cave, you're going to be seen as somewhat of an idiot, because you won't be able to see, right? You're blinded. You won't be able to see very well. You won't be able to participate in all the reindeer games as well anymore. And they'll look at you very, very strangely indeed.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they? Right?
Yeah. And I think that could also be confusing. It's a confusing point, because you're then put back into that kind of situation that, have you actually left the cave? Because I can't quite see clearly now. The lights are so bright.
Yeah, well, that's up to you, right? Isn't it?
Yes,
you
yes,
can't be
exactly.
big-headed and say, look, I've come from outside the cave. I have words.
No.
No,
and I wasn't going to presume to the guy that I was. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to presume to this guy to say, well, I'm from the outside of the cave, because I couldn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't see you out there, mate.
No, because I can't say in truth that I'm outside the cave or not, in some terms.
Yeah, well, this is modern society, right?
Yeah. In some terms, I might think I am, but that might be an illusion, that I'm not really. I am still inside. I need to know that, to be outside,
But I think that in and of itself, the fact that you are humble enough, Elder Bear, to think that, I think bodes well for that you might actually have reached the outside of the cave. Because otherwise, why would you?
That's the difference between Plato's allegory of the cave and the Matrix. Because the Matrix wants to see you in that feedback loop, wants you to question whether you've actually got out, right? They chop the cave off. That analogy, right? There is no exit to the cave. So within the Matrix, you're looping around this idea that you have got outside. And you're trying to let other people know this thing, eternal fight, to struggle, right? To let people know what you know. But are you sure that you really know it?
Yeah.
That's where wouldn't that be where actual proofs from reality might play a role?
Yeah.
That's
what you're after.
Yes.
That's what, especially the elder
that's
bear, right?
That's important. Yeah. Yes. Something that, something truthful. You can tie yourself to and say, yes, this is real. And then you can recognize some positions about where you might be or where you might not be. Because, it's fine. If if you're in the cave and you recognize you're there, you might start looking for the exit. If you have no clue, you're just watching the shadows and either being entertained or whatever life brings you that keeps you at it until your body can't hold you anymore. Yeah, you're lucky enough. If you're lucky enough to reach those places where you have time, you have the awareness, to even look at it, let alone work out how the hell you're going to get out of here. That's to me is a lot of good luck.
Well, like what may be luck for you may not be for others, and we're in a really tricky
it's a burden
position,
too. It's yes. I think these things are not always light to carry either. Too. That it's not all. It might not feel very lucky, even if at some place you can think, gee, that was, like Kevin was saying, he'd got to a place where he was able to question it and wonder.
Yeah, it's a hard journey, but I mean, it's just life. And
it's just life.
We're all just struggling through to get on as best we can. And I think we're going to get into the bit of the allegory of the cave where it particularly says, if you want to find out any truth, the only way to do it is through dialectic. And that is conversation, a two-way conversation. Because you can imagine you're outside the cave as much as you want if you're on your own. But through dialectic, that will tell you whether you can have confirmation with somebody else. And true dialectic, it's a proper conversation, not just you telling people to say things, casting shadows for other people, for them to believe that you've been outside. No, I think you have to actually take somebody there and have that conversation and get to the heart of the conversation. And that's when you really understand what's going on, right? The dialectic is the key to all of this. That's conversation. If you don't have the conversation, you're never going to get to a truth. Never. And all we see at the minute is people shutting down those conversations, these types of conversations that will eventually lead us to be able to find these proofs through conversation. I know for a fact that most of my learning has come from being sat in these rooms on Discord and having conversations with people. And sometimes all it takes is one word, and you then go and look for it, and the journey that takes you on is true learning, because it's inspirational learning. You want to learn, or I do anyway. I mean,
It's happened to us many times.
I know, and that is a wonderful experience.
Usually Buster. Usually Buster's bringing a word.
Yeah. with or without an inner dialogue.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Wherever, however you do that, I think yeah, it doesn't matter what I think, does it really? But I'm intrigued because I think that I know that some people think in a much more brilliant way than I do, and when I hear them, I wonder how it works, and I know
See,
it's possible to have
no,
that. I know it's possible
you
to.
can't say that. You cannot say that because there's no way you have to express your thoughts. You can't do that. You can say you have an internal monologue, but there's no way of explaining it. It's like logos. That which is so basic you cannot express. The only way you can express them is through rhetoric, and that's through you understanding words. Now perhaps these people just have a better command of words. They might be able to convince you that their thought process is better than yours. But that's only through the words. That's Wittgenstein, right? It's just words, nothing else. The actual thought process you're learning is what you make of it. Nobody else.
Yeah. I mean, what I make of the way you might think about it. And yeah, so I mean, if there's this, when we're talking about this inner dialogue or not, and I'm trying to understand how you're describing your experience and thinking to myself, well, is that how I experience it, but I explain it differently? Is that the
You
same,
could
or is there
imagine
some
I
other
see
way?
everything really clearly, but I may not. Right? I don't see everything clearly. So if you imagine that a certain other person has a clarity, they may not have it. And again, you're building a model of somebody else's thought process. And you, in fact, you could be so doubtful of yourself that everybody else you might consider everybody else does that sort of thing. When truth of the matter is, you could be the brightest person in here, just so filled with doubt about yourself that you're unable to express it. Or then again, you could be the brightest person around, but without any of the words to express that to anybody else. The only way you can do it is through conversation, and that eventually will come out, but you do need to converse. And there's no need for anybody to think that anybody else is above them or more intelligent or anything like that, because it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I guess I kind of see it in terms of awareness and consciousness for me, and that's how I grow when I hear people and talk to people and understand new concepts or different ways of thinking. It's about that. It's not about that you are better than me. It's that you might have taken a different road and you see it from a different angle and then go, oh, I hadn't really thought about standing over there and looking at it.
That's a
Let's
two-way
go over there and have a look.
process.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful for that I have it with you
Yeah.
and anybody else I might speak to. But this is the thing, is that's for me the growing in that, to consider somebody else's view, to consider somebody else's awareness, and that I hadn't got to or I hadn't considered. Not that anybody's better or anything, because I think we all have the ability to have everything that everybody has, I feel. I think everybody can know as much as everybody knows. It's maybe. I think there are different levels of consciousness and awareness in people.
I think what's more important is the conversation, right? Like I say, you particularly, you've come into this arena and you've got some questions. Now that question requires this dialectic. It requires a backwards and forwards conversation so people can learn. Just not so much as that people can learn, but other people can know that they can get involved within that process to ask those questions to get more clarity for themselves, backwards and forwards. And at the minute, that's not occurring, not within this arena. And that's sad, because the people that are claiming in this arena to want to be able to hand knowledge out to people are the ones that are shutting down conversation, which should be the most obvious way of providing clarity. And I personally want to encourage more people, because on my journey through this, there's not a lot of people been around here, but literally every person has taught me multiple lessons for all sorts of reasons. And the only way that occurs is for you having a conversation with them. You can't learn it any other way.
Yeah, that's what intrigues me about this lack of whatever you describe. Yeah, because for me, this inner dialogue is linked to silencing in it, to quieting in it, to the possibility of filling that inner voice, or not letting those inner voices have undue control, in a sense, over lots of parts of our life. It's like the one who decides to go to bed, when they go to bed at night, that they're going to give up smoking. I must give up smoking. In the morning, I'm not going to smoke a cigarette. I'm going to start tomorrow. And you get up in the morning, you have a cup of tea, and then you have a cigarette. And it's like somebody else took over. This other voice took over. This other thing. And yeah, it's having control over those inner voices, and this idea, I don't know, this idea that's this living in, to be in the moment, to be in this silence, I guess it's meditation, into that point of where you silence those voices. So yeah, that's what I link a lot of that to, this inner dialogue, is to have some sense of control of it, to a place where you can get to silence it and experience whatever that space is when that's not happening. But that's just for me.
I would say that you can, because if you say that you can learn from conversation, so your learning is depends on quality of conversations. So it means that if you are, for example, talking to people like Nathan Oakley, QE, or this skinny guy, you will, this learning process will be poor, really.
Yeah.
But I I can say only that I started to learn logic and proofs from conversations, also listening to debates. That was my first step. Live debates, old school debates from 90s, let's say, or even earlier. But you can also learn through written conversations, because Plato's plays or dialogues, they are dialogues, so they are conversations. So you can learn from reading Plato also. You can learn from Aristotle, but also because he has some kind of maybe it is inner dialogue with himself. But I think that for me, the best teacher was Saint Thomas Aquinas, because he is this kind of person that he just wrote down whole debates, philosophical debates. So you have multiple different conversation on the topic. Theological, of course. Someone who is not very fond of theology, so but there are many also philosophical conversations or debates within, for example, even Summa Theologiae, his biggest work. But you can learn by reading. So I strongly recommend that, even if it is not your cup of tea. To for example, to start first few as example how he creates debate. So he creates objections, 3 or 4 objections on the topic. Then he gives a general response on the topic, and then he is addressing every objection. And there are, I didn't count that, but there are like thousands of that kind of debates in his Summa Theologiae. You don't need to read all of this, but you can learn how to have inner dialogue. Because I am, for example, if there is a topic in this arena, let's say flat Earth, globe Earth arena. So, and I can hear one side and other side, and I am not sure which side is correct or incorrect, and I'm trying to process for myself, and I am doing this within my inner dialogue, but I somehow learned this process of inner dialogue through the Saint Thomas Aquinas. He learned me. He taught me how to think within dialogue, within this inner conversation with myself. So I can only recommend that, because I don't think that there is better author.
I don't think it can be taught.
It's
I
not,
think that I've been having this since I was a little kid. In fact, I'm confident that I've had this inner monologue / dialogue since I was a little kid.
yeah, yes, I agree. But the problem is that for me, at least, it was my problem when I was, let's say, young and naive, that I thought that I can think, that I am able to logically think. And my first experience, for example, with Saint Thomas Aquinas was that I just hit the wall, because and it was very harsh awakening for me,
Is
because
that an
I
age
thought,
thing, Paper? When was the first? What sort of age were you when you were first?
when I started to read Saint Thomas Aquinas, it was like somehow over 10 years ago. I cannot tell you now, but it was maybe 11 years ago, 12 years ago.
So well into adulthood, let's say. It's not.
Absolutely,
It wasn't.
yeah.
You did it in your 20s or 30s when life was still hectic and you hadn't had the chance to slow down, if you will.
Yes, but at that time when I was young and naive, I thought that I can't that I'm logical person. That was my estimation about myself. So I, of course, I am not stupid. I'm grown man already. I finished college and high school, so of course I am smart. I have wisdom somehow, of course, with limitations. But when I started to read Saint Thomas Aquinas, I realized that I cannot properly logically think. I had to learn. And the first sign of that I cannot really properly think, was that I didn't understand what he is talking about. Not that he is talking, that I didn't realize what he is talking about, but I couldn't understand his arguments. So I couldn't really understand his counter arguments and responses. I just on the surface. So I
So you
had
had
to learn.
you had grammar and rhetoric without the logic into,
Somehow,
but
yeah.
you assumed you were logical, which we all do, you know, and I did, and I assumed I made lots of logical decisions when I was younger. You had grammar and rhetoric, and then you sort of later came to like fully grasp the logic.
Yes, that's the problem, because grammar is logic. Grammar is logical. We use grammar in everyday life.
That's what I
More or
learned.
less.
That's what Raven gave to me. The idea
Yeah.
that the grammar, the bit that I was missing, was actually necessary for the logic. You can't have logic without the grammar.
Absolutely, I agree. But we use grammar automatically because for the most we learn this by heart. So, for example, you put subject, copula, and object in sentence automatically now, because you learned that this in early age. So you do that automatically. But logic is to know how you know. So in logic, to create argument, for example, you need to know that this in sentence is subject, this is copula, and this is object, and this is description of the object. For example, let's say direct description or indirect description. You can have multiple conditionals, but you have to start with simple grammar to create argument. That's why people, I think, struggle with creating arguments, because they use grammar automatically, and they really don't know the science behind grammar. For example, I have learned many types of statements, conditional statements, when I was learning Polish language. You have English, I have Polish, French has French, etc. So we all learned grammar in school. But this learning grammar in school was not proficient for me to learn logic, because it's like different type. You learn in school how to use properly grammar, to use in language, to write sentences, or some things like maybe even novels, but not how to create arguments. It's on you have to have some science on grammar, because you need to know how grammar works within logic, within argument. It's not just everyday grammar. It's you have to go deeper. Not you don't need to be erudite within grammar, but you have to know essence of grammar. For example, naming things. What is substance? What substance means? Because if you have, for example, subject in sentence, so you need to know what it is. What is your subject? So and basically it is some kind of substance. For example, I don't know, house, for example. You have to know what is, not generally what house is, but in logic, you need to know what is substance of the house. Then you understand what house is. Not just imagination, that you can imagine picture of some house and then you can say that, oh, I know what house is. In logic, it doesn't work that way, because logic does not operate within imagination. You need to know what is substance of the thing. Like, for example, a table or chair, what is substance of this subject? And then you can predicate on substance that you know. Because if you don't know the substance of the thing, your predication upon this thing is just meaningless, because you are predicating upon thing that you don't know really what it is. So yes, we use grammar, but we need to go deeper within grammar to understand what things are, what predications are, how they work within logic, with the process of proving something. It's deeper. So, and we learn grammar on the surface, I would say. This is my recognition, how we learn. Maybe some people learned grammar in school deeper than me, but this is my experience. I can speak for myself only, and I had to learn a new grammar when I started to read Saint Thomas Aquinas, for example, and Aristotle. Because
I think this comes down to telling us. So, are you telling yourself you're learning? Are you absorbing your learning?
No.
There's a rhetoric to the way we take in knowledge. And the way I take in knowledge, or the way I take in my everyday experiences, I certainly just sometimes just absorb them as I move along, sort of without thinking, in my mind, the way I think about thinking, because that's what we're doing right now, thinking about thinking, right? We're all sitting here going, how do I think? How do I take in knowledge? I'll say that I take in knowledge in two ways. I take in knowledge by verbalizing in my own mind at myself, whether you want to call that a dialogue or a monologue. It's literally dialoguing with yourself, so that's a monologue. But you're Kevin and I say our words out loud when we're in that process of thinking. Other times it's just like, oh, snake, like jump away. That's very, I'd say that's the way Bev and Emma think about kind of everything. They see and they react instantly, whether it's on instinct or whether it's on experience or understanding or the way that they absorb the world around them. It's, I don't want to put words in Bev's mouth. In my mind, the way I think about the way he experiences the world is the way I would consider the way when I'm instinctually thinking about the world. I have two ways of thinking about the world. Instinctually.
I think you're overthinking.
Okay, Mike, I agree with you.
So great. Wait. Let Bev opine on this. and then we'll both come back. Oh, it's so fucking great.
I'm just trying to imagine how you're thinking, how I'm thinking, because the truth is, I'm not really thinking about it. Like you say, it's more instinctual. So, yeah, I guess he's sort of right, but you're
Right, but
definitely
that's the thing.
thinking more
It's the
about it than I
overthinking
am.
process.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, I constantly am saying to myself, stop overthinking this.
Oh.
React. It's the
But
whole,
overthinking's
like,
not a bad thing either. Do you know what I mean? It keeps you sharp, doesn't it? At least.
I mean,
this is
go
what I
ahead, go
learned
ahead, Pepper.
from Aristotle and Saint Thomas Aquinas, that because you were talking about absorbing, so it is perception, and it is of course your experience. So if you see something, you experience, you perceive reality by your senses, and that this is, you can name it absorbing. Of course, yes, we absorb reality by perceiving reality with our senses. But I learned from Aristotle and Saint Thomas Aquinas that this is not thinking in their sense, in philosophical, let's say, sense or logical sense, because it is thinking is logical process leading you to knowledge. And what is knowledge? It is understanding things that can be understood. But because of course there are things that cannot be understood, but we can understand some things. They are called intelligible things. So and you can understand them only by a logical process that we call thinking. This is what they meant, like Aristotle and Saint Thomas Aquinas, when they use that word thinking. So you are using your logos, because it is connection. Logos is like this is like in Latin Lego. Lego is means read, but in fact, literally reading in Latin, for example, means connecting, because Lego means tying things together, connecting them. So if you have, for example, letters, they are not separate, because if they are separate, there is no sense in reading letters. But you
I think
understand.
there are no words.
Yes, because
I think that there are no words for the two groups of people to be able to properly. I mean, maybe we're going to get there. We're going to get to the point where Bev and I can both come upon, like Kevin and I can both, Kevin, you and I can both say to Bev and Emma, can we agree upon this is the way that we understand something in our minds? And I don't think it's possible. I think that we're going to have trouble getting to an agreement on a way that we consider it. I mean, I constantly call it rewiring my brain, which, by the way, I consider dangerous, because I've been very, very, very successful up to this point in my career using the wiring of my brain that got me here. But I thank Bev all the time for helping me to add these new neural connections, if that's the way we think about it. I'm thinking about it in ways that, you know, we can describe it in 3D space, right? Like lines. Oh, these are new connected lines going from the thing that I see and understand into the way that I understand it. Those are lines, right? 3D space. But is that the way we think? Do we think in that manner? Like, how do we understand the world? I think Bev understands the world massively differently than I do. And I find it fascinating. That's why I keep coming back here. And I find Bev and Emma also. Every time I've come here, I've said it's because of Bev and Emma. By the way, has Buster opined on this yet? Because I think Buster sees the world the same way as Bev and Emma do.
I don't know. I think he's gone to work.
Yeah, no, but I want to hear from him because if he thinks the way I think, because I think that the three of you think differently than I do, and I find it fascinating, intriguing, and the reason why I'm here. And it's the reason why you know that I'm never leaving here.
Maybe this difference in thinking is only apparent because I think that
could be.
I can prove to you that your thinking is exactly the same as Bev's thinking. Do you understand Bev's argument about flat Earth? If the Earth is flat, there would be no.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the logic perfectly.
Exactly.
100%. I understand the logic 100% perfectly. But Bev and I think differently. We see the world in our minds differently. Kevin and I see the world very similarly. We'll never see the world exactly the same way because we're all individuals. But when I hear Kevin describe the world, I go, yeah, that's kind of the way I would think about it. When I hear you describe the world, I think of the same way. And when I hear Bev, I go, well, that's an interesting way to think.
Give me a minute. Go on, just run that past me again.
Like, you break my brain all the time. And you say something to me, and I'm like, all right, I'll be back to you in a day because it takes me that friggin' long to like process the way you think.
Yeah, that's what I was describing earlier as well. That making new neural connections. By understanding the way somebody else thinks and sees
I disagree.
things.
My objection.
I mean,
you are talking about description. Sorry. So you are talking about imagination. I am talking about logic because we are talking if someone is thinking in the same way as me. And I would say that because we understand Bev's argument, first argument, second argument, and third argument, we understand this. And we understand this argument in the same way as Bev is understanding.
But
so
not until you hear it. Once you come across this idea, this argument, this presentation, then you're awakened. Then something changes within you. Some different way of thinking and perceiving and looking at things from a certain direction.
Yes,
because if you don't, if you don't come into this arena, for instance, you don't hear this question, this argument, this way of seeing things, then you're not even aware of them, and so those connections aren't made. So that's what I meant about, because I think we already have them. It's well, I feel that I have them, and it's awakening them and giving them some electricity or the connections that reawakens them. And that's what I was meaning about those new neural connections, or repairing or restoring, ones that we already have.
I agree, but still, I would say that thinking is in strict sense. So it is using logic to create arguments, proofs, and truth generally, because the goal of the logic is to obtain truth. So, and there is only one way to have truth.
Yeah, but there's two ways to think about that.
How
There's
so?
two sides of the brain that can both recognize the logic in an argument. And again, I don't think the brain thinks. I think the mind thinks. So I'll say there's two sides of the mind.
Yeah.
There's the analytical and the creative side of the mind, and they're both logical. You're going to say, Paper, you're going to say, like I am, actually, I don't even know. Like if you're right-brained or left-brained, like are you more artist or more mathematician?
I really don't know.
You play music though, so
Yes,
you're
I
more
do.
artist, which is interesting. You're an organist.
Yes, but hmm,
Are you a mathematical organist?
no, but not especially. I wasn't.
Paper.
But
Paper organist, remember?
yeah, paper organist. Yeah.
He does, he reads it. He looks at it. It's there.
Right. Right. So he's not, so you don't see yourself like the composer.
Not professional, but of course I had the course of.
Right. No, it's like shaded. It's very close, right? They're like it's shades of gray. When you named yourself paper organist, you named yourself more analytical than artistic. Did you not?
Maybe maybe, but this is, in music it is large spectrum of music, so you can be theorist in music, and for example, most people called musicians back in the day, like 300 years ago, they were theorists. Then they were composers, and people playing instruments were on the bottom of the ladder of musicians. So now performers are on the highest, let's say, level. But back in the day, it was quite opposite. So
This is weird because when I talk to Emma talks about, like, when reading Lord of the Rings, she describes the feeling that welled up inside of her, which again, we're gonna get into shades of female and male, which I don't want to get into because I think that it transcends female and male, although obviously female and male are, indisputably important. I think the mind transcends it, but the body is locked into it, right? So the body obviously is female and male. The mind can be shades of either, which is why, we're going to get into all sorts of weird conversations about, well, your brain is, well, I feel like a woman today, and Neil deGrasse Tyson says you're going to wear makeup and whatever. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how you describe and analyze the world around you. I don't think Bev analyzes the world around him with a quote unquote female brain. And I don't think Emma does either. I think they both describe the world around them in a way that doesn't break down in the way that Kevin and you and I describe it. And it can't be described as left or right or female and male. And I'm not sure I can come up with a good word to describe it. And I'd be open to hearing somebody tell me a word that would provide the dichotomy, if there is one, that will help us.
Well, I think you hit it right with the left and right brained, but you could have 50-50 also, right? There's shades of each and how they are processed. And I'd say I'm more leaning to one side than the other. No, I wouldn't know which side that would
I don't
be.
even remember which is the right and the left brain. Like my mom was an actuary. Like literally the top math student at the University of Toronto was my mom. My mom and a Chinese guy named Y.A. Ma were the two top math students at the University of Toronto. My dad was literally a retard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you may be
Who gave you-
over-exaggerating that a little bit.
Who had the influence
Alright,
on
so
your?
my dad,
Not
Who had the most?
my
literally.
dad,
Who had the most
I mean,
influence
like
on your
me.
trivia, Mike?
But like my dad was this guy who, like, you know, obviously extremely well read and like, you know, like understood Shakespeare and all these things. But like when my mom would get to logically explaining things to my mom was definitely quote unquote male brained and my dad was quote unquote female brained. My dad was artistic and my mom was mathematic, which is a crazy combination. I mean, if you like viewed my mother's thesis when she graduated from University of Toronto, you'd be like, I don't even understand what that is. Like what are these letters? I handed it to I you know what I do. I work in finance, and we have a team of people who do risk for our team. And there was a Chinese woman who graduated from some Chinese school with an actuary degree. And I said to her, I go, you know what I want to show you? I want to show you my mom's final exam in the 50s. And she looked at it. She's like, oh, your mom, very smart. I'm like, yeah. My dad was like extremely well read, but like, is that right brain, left brain, male brain, female brain? I don't know what it is, but it's. And did my mom have an inner dialogue, or did my dad? They're both dead. I can't ask them who has the inner monologue.
I have to defend your father because
Me too.
because
Sorry,
wait,
I think you're picking on the wrong one, Mike.
wait a
I think
second.
you focused on the wrong one.
I think that Mike Jones is going into false dichotomy because
Could be.
I don't think so that mathematical, let's say, mind, and you said Shakespeare, but I was shortly studying, for example, classical philology, so I was supposed to study these poets from ancient Greek times and Roman times, so Ovidius or Lactantius, Cicero, etc. So analyzing their texts, poetry and speeches, written speeches like Cicero speeches, so I would say you need very logical mind to resolve puzzle because every sentence in this speech, for example, of Cicero's speech, which is very complicated, you need really very analytic and very you need to focus how to properly translate every sentence, for example. And even if you know that language, like you were talking about Shakespeare, but still you have to have this philological approach, and this philological approach is logical. So for me, it is false dichotomy because for me, people that are studying language and even poetry, they have to be logical to do that.
I agree with you 100%, and I'm mostly shitting on my dad because I'm a guy, and you know, you have to shit on your old man. But and you know, obviously, as a son, you're going to defend your mom to the ends of the earth, right? And these are two extremely intellectual people, and my mom would read, and my mom would quote, Henri Nouwen and various Catholic philosophers. These are two Catholics. My father became an atheist Buddhist at the end of his life, and my mom became even more devout and trad at the end of her life. So these are two people who are in conflict constantly with their own logic. My father's like, this is ridiculous and this is absurd. And my mother's like, this is the way and the path to the end. And I watched them both die. I watched them both take their last breath. And my mother took her last breath in absolute peace and harmony. And my father, in his haze that was induced by the nursing home that was sort of tacitly, as he understood, murdering him or allowing him to die peacefully without pain because they're going to provide you with whatever opioid you need, to the point where they're essentially, giving the room to the next person. They're literally intentionally overdosing you. My dad cried out, I don't want to die. And I watched both and I went, these are two extremely intelligent people, and they're both looking at the ends of their lives. And who has the better outlook? Or who has the more placid outlook? Or who has the more understandable outlook? And I went, that's interesting. You watched your understanding of the world, because at the end of the day, what is your understanding? What is the last thing you're going to see? What is the last thing you're going to understand about the world? I'm in pain, I'm afraid, or I'm accepting and I'm ready to go. And are both of those understandable? Is one better than the other? I don't know. But I watched it both happen, and maybe I've sided with my mom, but I always sided with my mom.
Yeah.
And even though I think my mind is more like my dad's mind, more literary. My mom's more math. I don't understand. Like, it's not left and right. It's not male and female. It's not analytical and whatever. It's not logic and rhetoric. There's tons of false dichotomies out there. And I think the second that Bev said false dichotomy, I went, that's interesting. I'm constantly dichotomizing everything.
It brought you to
And
the...
should we? Should we dichotomize everything, or should we just be?
We can, but logic gives you this ability to recognize where dichotomy is. So you can say, okay, in that case, I was mistaken. It is false dichotomy, so it is not dichotomy. And in other case, logic will tell you that, okay, this is true dichotomy. For example, if we have, in this simple example, male and female, because we have only two sexes. So if you say not man, therefore woman, because we have dichotomy, and it is true. But if you have three options or more, that wouldn't work. So sometimes, yes, we have dichotomy, and we should dichotomize. And even they say, like Aristotle, that this is how we think, that how we prove things, because we need to reduce things to dichotomy, obviously in proper logical way. So, and then we proceed with arguments when things are reduced to dichotomy. So I would say that it is necessary to think, to dichotomize, but you need to do that only in proper way. If you do that in improper way, you will land in paradox, parallelism, or just sophistry. So this is like two-bladed sword. It is reward for one and punishment for other. So that's how logic works. Dichotomy. It is logical.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful and painful in equal measure, and felt to me like your dad wasn't the author of his own exit, and that was maybe the pain he was expressing. Not ready to go. Yeah, sad situation. I hope none of us have to be. We can, we come to that place in the best way possible. And paper in the mirror of that duality. My feelings were that the paper is the logic, and that's why I want to hear you play the organ. The paper is the head, and the organ's the heart, and that's why I was hoping to hear you one day play the organ to hear your heart through that, really. So that's how I felt
I
about
would
that.
love to hear that too.
Yeah. Because
And
I think there's a beauty to you that is rarely seen, and you express it in words and things like that, but I don't think that's your true beauty, really. And maybe you're humble and don't feel you're a great musician, but I'd just love to hear it.
I don't promise, as I said before.
No, that's fine. No, there's no pressure. No pressure. That's just my my opinion, my feeling. That was already. But when this, I heard this earlier. If people were talking about this in a dialogue, this thing, and it made me think of a book. It made me think of something I read ages ago, and I reached for the book and looked for it. Just after the stream started, and I thought, where is this passage in this book? And I found it, and maybe I can share it with you. And the strange thing is that it's page 33. So I don't know if I should say it or not, really.
Even more so.
Okay. But this is what I thought about, and this is what I've thought about before. We've had similar discussions, and it's led me to these feelings, and that's I went and I knew the book I need to look for, and I just thought, I know it's here. And anyway, it's on page 33. It's a question and answer thing, really. Somebody's being questioned. The question was, or is, I understand that we have to create an I out of nothing. What creates I? And he answers, first, self-knowledge. There's a very good Eastern allegory which deals with the creation of I. Man is compared to a house full of servants without master or steward to look after them. So the servants do what they like. None of them does his own work. The house is in a state of complete chaos because all the servants try to do someone else's work which they are not competent to do. The cook works in the stables, the coachman in the kitchen, and so on. The only possibility for things to improve is if a certain number of servants decide to elect one of themselves as a deputy steward, and in this way make him control the other servants. He can do only one thing. He puts each servant where he belongs, and so they begin to do their right work. And when this is done, there is the possibility of the real steward coming to replace the deputy steward and to prepare the house for the master. We do not know what the real steward means or what the master means, but we can take it that the house full of servants and the possibility of a deputy steward describes our situation. This allegory helps us to understand the beginning of the possibility of creating a permanent I. From the point of view of self-study and of work to attain one I, we must understand the process by which we may come from this plurality to oneness. It's a complicated process and has different stages. Between the present state of plurality of eyes and the one controlling eye we wish to attain, there are certain stages of development which must be studied. But first we must understand that there are certain formations within us, without knowing which we cannot understand how we eventually come from our present state to the state of one eye, if it's possible for us. You see, although a great many of our eyes are disconnected and do not even know one another, they are divided into certain groups. This does not mean they are divided consciously, they are divided by circumstances of life. These groups of eyes manifest themselves as roles that a man plays in his life. Everybody has a certain number of roles. One corresponds to one set of conditions, another to another, and so on. Man himself seldom notices these differences. For instance, he has one role for his work, another for his home, yet another among friends, another if he's interested in sport, and so on. And these roles are easier to observe in other people than in oneself. People are often so different in different conditions that these roles become quite obvious and well defined. But sometimes they are better hidden, or even played only inside, without any external manifestations. All people, whether they know it or not, whether they wish it or not, have certain roles which they play. This acting is unconscious. If it could be conscious, it would be quite different. But one never notices how one passes from one role to another, or if one notices it, one persuades oneself that one is doing it on purpose, that it's a conscious action. In reality, the change is always controlled by circumstances. It cannot be controlled by man himself, because he himself does not exist yet. Sometimes there are definite contradictions between one and another role. In one role, one says one thing, has certain definite views and convictions, and then one passes into another role and has absolutely different convictions and says absolutely different things without noticing it, or else thinking that one does it on purpose. There are very definite causes which prevent man from seeing the difference between one role or mask and another. These causes are certain artificial formations called buffers. Buffers are a very good name for these appliances. Buffers between railway carriages prevent clashing, diminish the shock. It's the same with buffers between different roles and different groups of eyes or personalities. People can live with different personalities without them clashing, and if these personalities have no external manifestation, they exist internally all the same. Very useful to try and find what buffers are. Try to find how one lies to oneself with the help of buffers. Suppose one says, I never argue. Then if one really has a good conviction that one never argues, one can argue as much as one likes and never notice it. This is a result of a buffer. If one has a certain number of good buffers, one is quite safe from unpleasant contradictions. Buffers are quite mechanical. A buffer's like a wooden thing. It does not adapt, but it plays its part very well. It prevents one seeing contradictions. That was the end of that.
We see contradictions. Was that the end statement?
That was where I got to the end of that question, yes. Buffers are quite mechanical. A buffer is like a wooden thing. It does not adapt, but it plays its part very well. It prevents one seeing contradictions.
Yeah, that's
I kind of read through that. I read through that. But previously, I was thinking, is this the bit? And when we got to the bit, I read the contradictions. I thought, yeah, this is the bit, because it speaks to what you speak about, and it awakened a neural connection within me that was already there. And I got to page 33.
I think both the inner monologue and the inner monologue people have the ability to both see the contradictions. They just both see them differently.
I was thinking about what you said earlier, Mike, about how people think, and when I was thinking of myself, I was thinking, really, you said you can think about it geometrically, and if I see a problem or whatever, whatever, then the solution or whatever would be a direct straight. I want to go straight there, want to have the easiest route and the most direct path from wherever you are, wherever I am, right, to this end goal. So that would become a direct route. And logic,
straight line,
and this this group of people, right, gave me the ability to find that route. Now, in order for me to present that to people, I need the rhetoric, and for that, I think I need everybody else to be part of it. Because this can't be done by one person alone, right? So first off, you need to see the problem, which, again, you need to be able to see that contradiction. If you can't see the contradiction, you can't see a problem. And that's where I consider most people are living within that modern day society or whatever, unable to find a way to see the contradiction. But then once you do, or shows people the contradiction or whatever, then you need to find the solution to that, to find the most direct route to it. And that's where I consider myself to be at. Now, being able to communicate that to people obviously it makes it even more difficult when you find out that not only do other people think in different ways or whatever, but sometimes those different ways may be so foreign that even, jumping from one side to the other becomes even more difficult, because you're having to try and explain this, the way your process goes, and translate it into a different thought process.
Language.
Yeah.
It's literally a different language.
Well, I think there is no language like Logos, that you can't put words to it, in a certain way.
I'm using the word language to describe it, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to provide a word to describe the way you're trying to communicate what you're trying to communicate. And I'm sitting here saying, yeah, like I think that you communicate it. Like I can see the way where you're going, and I'm trying to put it into words that my own brain can understand. And how many times have I told you, whether it's in DM or in early morning conversations, where I'm like, yeah, I'm having trouble trying to conceptualize the way you're thinking about this, because I've already recognized that our brains process information differently. And I can't even communicate to you the way my brain processes, the way I'm understanding what you're saying.
I think that it comes from, because if you and Kevin are saying that you have an internal monologue type thing, then the words are always there to explain everything that you're doing and processing. Whereas if I say it works slightly differently, I wouldn't know how to explain it, because
I know
I can't put the words there. So I have to use your words to explain something that, that's why I need the rhetoric to be able to explain this. And, we've been on these journeys of these processing arguments from other people, like deciphering non-arguments to find out why they are arguments. And that ongoing exchange backwards and forwards, I find fascinating, because we do come to conclusions, don't we? The actual reasoning at the end of it, we can come together on those logical things, right?
We totally all get that. And Paper was explaining that. He's like, we all get the conclusion. I'm like, yeah, we do. The question is, how do we get there? It's not once you get there, like, yeah, we totally understand the argument. Like, I get it, you get it, Kevin gets it, Paper gets it, Emma gets it. We all get the conclusion of the argument. The problem, I mean, am I gonna get into like straight line versus curved line? Like, how do you get to it? You're like, boom, straight line to the end.
Yeah.
And maybe my brain is processing it in a curved line, which is
Yeah, through your
would
dad, like your mum
anger
might.
me.
Through your
Right?
dad, like your mum.
Right. They would both process it differently, right?
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah, I
is
mean,
the
this.
conversation, right? The actual
Yeah.
being able to have without it breaking down and people getting upset about things. You know, us not, because sometimes it may not be that, you know, we are disagreeing. It could just be that we're not actually, I say understanding, but that's the wrong thing. But we aren't really able to communicate because there's these two different processes going. The end goal is still the same, but the path that we're taking may be slightly different. And, you know, like in order for us to all come together, it needs to be discussed or whatever. Very tricky. Thank you very much, God. Some new members. Old members. Thank you very much, God.
It is.
Very go on.
It is tricky.
I would
And
say-
there's lots of different dichotomies to it, and you know, trichotomies and whatever. And you get a guy like Elderbear who comes in with this just sort of massively open heart and has, you know, just this massive empathy for everybody who's trying to get where we're going. And then you get a guy like Paper who is right-brained and left-brained in my mind, right? Like extremely logical, but also composer, which is like Buster, a composer and logical.
Buster's here now.
We've got lots of musical people here who see and feel the color of music in the air.
Yes, but if you are talking about composing, it has to be very logical process because there are certain rules in music.
Of course.
For example,
Sorry, Paper.
so for example, if you are creating a polyphonic piece, you have certain rules. And in harmony also. For example, that you cannot double third in accord, or you cannot put third of dominant leading tone to this is called dominant. So,
But you're explaining that analytically, and you can also feel that in your heart, can you not?
yeah, of course, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But
The thing is, yeah, you've
if-
done that, Paper,
but
though.
if you are-
You
if
have
you are-
achieved the logical process of that, and now now is the freedom of the expression of that
yes,
technique.
but within rules.
That's the beauty I wanted to hear.
So, for example, in poetry, there are certain rules, at least in classical poetry. So even if, let's say, we can say that poets, they are free-minded people, they say whatever they want, and it appears that that's not true statement because they have to know the rules of poetry, because otherwise it would be not poetry. And we wouldn't recognize this piece of writing as poetry. So we also have this logical process that allows us to recognize that this piece of writing is poetry. How we know that this is poetry and not prosaic writing, because we know at least some rules of poetry. The same is within composing in music. You are obeying some rules, and even if you are disobeying some rules, you know that you are disobeying that rules to gain some let's say effect, musical effect that you disobey.
I posted in the Buster's Music channel a conversation between two guys. One guy is a guitar player, a fantastic guitar player. He's a Swede, I think. I forget what his name is. I follow him. And the other guy is a guy named Jacob Collier, who is, I mean, one of the greatest musical theorists who's probably ever lived, who has perfect pitch and he completely understands music. And he invented a way to think about the guitar, took a guitar string off, had Taylor make him a guitar with 5 strings so he could express himself on the guitar. He's a piano player. He's trying to think about the world in a different language as a vocalist and a piano player who is trying to express himself via strings on a wooden instrument. We're thinking about things, when I say language, we're thinking about the way we understand each other through some sort of expression that I'd like to say it's harmonic and that, you know, light is a wave and sound is a wave, but I don't know what the way of if understanding is a wave, right? So is that a vibration in the way that I'm understanding you, Paper? And I'm also understanding Elderbear, and I'm also understanding Bev and Emma. I understand all 4 of you and Kevin, all 4 of you very differently. I feel Elderbear. When he speaks, I feel him in my heart. There's a vibration in my body that starts in the center of my body below my head, physically in my heart. When I listen to you, Paper, I feel it in my head. There's a vibration in my head, and I hear you and I understand what you're saying. I'm communicating the way I understand, the way I take in whatever information you're giving to me in whatever, is it a wavelength? Is it an understanding? How are we communicating our understanding to each other? And I watch this dance that's going on in this framework, and I go, Paper's saying it one way, Bev is saying it another, Elderbear's saying it in another way, Emma's saying it in another way. It's male, it's female, it's left brain, it's right brained, it's mathematical, it's analytic, it's literature, it's poetic, it's musical. I don't know there's no way to describe. I've never found a word, there's no grammar that's going to explain what we're talking about. But I want to get there. I want to come to a way where we can all try to understand the way we're hearing each other, feeling each other, understanding each other. End of soliloquy. My apologies.
Wow, thank you.
Well, I would say that it is very good perception, because we perceive speech of this or that person in different way, because this person is using a different rhetoric, and one of the goals, let's say, of rhetoric, even if it is spontaneous rhetoric. So sometimes we don't know that we speak rhetorically. And this rhetoric we can associate with different things. So skillful rhetorician knows that this rhetorical figure that he is using will resonate in such way in that kind of people. So that's why orators are using different rhetoric. It is dependent to what what kind of people they are talking to. So, for example, that for young people you will use different rhetoric. For children, different rhetoric. For adults, different. For mathematicians, you will use different. For like your father type of people, you will use different rhetoric. You will make different associations.
But you just use the word resonate, right?
Yes, yes, resonate in the same. It
A
is like
vibration.
frequency. It's yes,
Exactly, right?
it is like so. If you are, for example, talking to mathematician and you are using examples from literature, it will be dull for them. They will not resonate. You have to use their frequency, let's say, response. So you will have to use this mathematical language to express things, even if you are not talking about mathematics, but it is close to them. So if you are trying to explain something to them, you will use their language and they will resonate. But if you will take examples from, like I said, from literature or poetry, they will not resonate. Yes. So you need to use different rhetorics for different kinds of people.
Plug your organ in, paper.
Organ. Yes, it is.
Yeah, go on.
Many different. There is no one organ. So
You have an organ at home? Keyboard?
yes, electronic. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Old one and not very operational, but yes, still. Yes, I have. But
One day, please.
yes, one day, someday, maybe in the future. But still, you can listen to organs. Many
No,
YouTube
not
or
yours. But yours particularly.
my organ is rather for exercising, not very
Nah.
for concerts. So
Yeah, you got to remove the words from it, paper, please. Just to
But the big
the
one,
place when you're playing and you're not thinking of any technique or anything.
the
But you're just
the
in that
big one
moment.
provides maximum resonance. The giant pipes.
oh, it is
Huge
pipes and
pipes.
organizations of pipes, because it is
Yeah.
not only about pipes, because it is Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart said that this is king of instruments, but in fact there are many kings, because there are different specificities or features for different organs. So, for example, there is type of French organ, there is type of North German organ, South German organ, and there is specific Italian type of organ, and most specific maybe a Spanish organ. They are completely different, and they sound completely different. They are built on different principles. So it's you can play the same piece on different organs or different types of organs. using different stops, and even you can use the same stop, like principal, for example, and this principal, this voice, sounds completely different in North German organs, in South German organs, even if it is named the same. It is completely different stop.
You keep using the word sound, but let's consider the word receive. It's received differently by different audiences. It's not just oral. It's not just heard with your ear. It's received with all of your senses, possibly even your eyes, right? Because you're going to feel it, right? You're going to feel the resonance of that organ. You're literally going to feel the vibrations in your body. You're going to obviously hear them.
Yes,
but your mind is going to take them in. Just the way we're taking in an understanding of the world, just the way that all of us think about the world and think about the way that we want to understand and then go forth and describe the world. And the simplest understanding of that would be like, well, we all kind of see the world the same way. And then all of a sudden something comes up on TikTok or Twitter and says, oh, well, we all have a different monologue. Some of us have an internal monologue and others of us don't. And then you get people like, well, those of us who don't have an inner monologue are clearly idiots and they shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Yeah, that's because somebody who does have an inner monologue imagines that's how they think. So somebody
right.
without
it's like, oh, you're an unthinking person.
Yeah.
You're an unthinking person if you don't have what I perceive to be an inner monologue. And by the way, Bev, I thought of it the exact same way until you and Emma both told me that you don't have that you don't consider yourself to be people who have an inner monologue. And I went, oh, wait, I need to entirely rethink the way I think about the world, because I consider these people to be as bright or brighter than I am.
Okay, but some people, instead of having internal monologue or whatever it is, because it is not specified in this statement, what is this internal monologue, in fact. But some people can have, for example, if they think through images or through imagination, they can have this like film, like a streaming film in their mind. So that would be not called as internal monologue, but internal film, for example. So maybe they think rather in that way, by
Or
images.
it could be something completely different, Paper, because like I was struggling to understand myself. And then again, no one's watched the Twitter thing unless you've gone out and looked at it from what Bev posted earlier today. But that interview between the girl and the guy about inner monologue, that just blew my mind. That it's just a different way of thinking. And I think Bev said it earlier. It's like, I don't know that any of us could figure out how anyone necessarily thinks. So it's an understanding, maybe a conscious understanding for me that I didn't have before today, that people actually think differently on a base level than I do. And that's been really good.
Can I propose an experiment right now? I'd like to propose an experiment. Is Emma here? Emma, are you here? She's not listening, and I don't know, she's asleep. Never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say it's almost 1, right? Or almost
yeah. She's
almost 12, almost midnight. Yeah.
All right. This is just to Bev and Kevin. I am going to recite a poem. And I want you to just receive it and tell me how you received the poem. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
All right. Here you go. Simple poem. I would venture a guess that Kevin has actually heard the poem. Here you go. It's by Robert Frost. I'm not reading it. I'm reciting it literally from memory. I'm just staring at the ceiling right now in my dining room. Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaves of flower, but only so an hour. Then leaf subsides to leaf, so Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down to day, nothing gold can say.
So for me, I just painted an entire image of a morning with a bright gold, like super contrasted green and golds that only last for a short period of time, and it almost makes you sad to know that that's going to go away because the sun's going to fully come up and those colors are going to change. That's what went through my head immediately as soon as you started talking. And I have heard the poem before, so maybe I'm a bit jaded that way, but that's what I would say.
Don't know. As soon as I heard you when you said I'm going to do some poetry,
Brain shut off.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely nothing. I was
We have to do this with
think.
we have to do this with Emma.
It sounded like you were doing some sort of a riddle, and like I couldn't solve it. Right? That's
like you had to figure it out.
Yeah.
Very male, though. That seems very male. I want to test this on Emma tomorrow.
Yeah.
That seems very male.
I'll listen to it again when you try it with Emma. But like, yeah, nothing.
I want to try it on a woman. I want to try it on a woman who claims herself to not have an internal monologue.
Did you expect what you heard from me, though?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Right.
That's exactly the way the way I felt it. I mean, I remember the first time I heard it, and my wife loves poetry, but she's very analytical about it.
Well, it sounds like that's what Bev was trying to solve the riddle of.
Yeah.
What the hell is he talking about? What?
But she can recite sonnets and epic poems in Hungarian that like translations. And I sit there, I'm like, how many stanzas are we going to go through? She could go like, I could do 100. Like, you're shitting me, right?
How long can you last? Yeah.
I mean, I could do 5 stanzas before I'm like, I'm done. But she's also like you, because you said you have a photographic memory, right?
Yes,
so
I do.
I don't have a photographic memory, which is very different. But my wife has a photographic memory. And she's constantly like, you just literally told me that yesterday.
So
Like,
who
what?
in here thinks they have an inner monologue and who doesn't?
Rewind.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I missed.
No, you're right, man. I was just joking.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, we found out
me. I was just the only reason I was asking was because like whoever says they do, does it not drive you insane?
Yes.
We drives me
Yes, Buster, I'm with you.
Yes.
Buster, I'm with you. I couldn't imagine.
Wait, there's
having
my
that
girlfriend. She's
driving
still
me nuts.
awake.
Do you have one, Buster?
It drives me insane.
It's
always.
wait a minute.
it's always-
Wait a minute. Before we go into this, do you imagine your inner monologue as your thought process, or do you
No.
literally go right? It's this time. I need to decide what I'm having for tea, and I'm gonna. I'll just nip over to the kettle and switch the kettle on.
Dude, it goes on all day. Like I'm always like, I'll think about things I should have said, things that I'll say to myself. I'll things I'm doing. I play it out in my head. And
Buster.
it's insane. I think that's where most of my anxiety. I mean, I've learned how to like control it in a sense, baby steps, whatever. But it's like a constant, nonstop. Every time I'm at work gonna do something, I play it out in my head. I'm talking to myself and like this, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna okay, let's well maybe we shouldn't do that. And then the music part, it's like I'm gonna do this, and I'm thinking about the words, and I'm singing them to myself, and I'm in my head. Well, anyway, I just wanted to know if I was alone because most people say, "Oh, I have an inner dialogue," I'm thinking. It drives me crazy.
Oh, you don't, Buster. I got to tell you this short story because you're going to totally get it. So when we had this conversation earlier today, right, and I had this realization about there are people that don't have an inner monologue, I became so super sensitive to my inner monologue that I was writing an email to somebody. And I had to stop writing the email, tell Bev and Emma, thanks so much for this conversation, because now I'm so hyper aware that I'm talking to myself while I'm writing this email silently, like not talking to myself out loud, just in my head writing this email. And I had to stop and then say, thanks for that, because now I'm so hypersensitive to it. It's ridiculous.
I've played out conversations in my head to like the nth degree, and it's like, but what drives me insane is I'm not great at articulating my words. So me saying it in my head, and then when it comes out, it's like, why won't it come out the way I was saying it to myself? And it's like that with a lot of stuff, But I just wondered. I was just curious. I didn't mean to.
Isn't that like learning a song, Buster?
What's that? Sorry.
Isn't that like learning a song? The words to the song kind of thing.
Well,
but it doesn't come out the same way in this, unless you're singing.
Yeah, I'll hear or I'll say phrases to myself, and it only plays out until I actually do it, because in my head it'll be different, and then when I play out, I have to work it out. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like I'll say certain words and rhyming phrases that by myself it seems right. But then when I sit down with actually music and timing and the chords and the melody, you have to do a lot of finagling, or I do anyway. But
yeah, and I just wondered about it was a sort of similar process of getting this. I mean, I guess a song comes from a different place because it has an emotional center to it, and so it's something you kind of relate to perhaps a little easier than having a conversation. Because I wake up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes having conversations with people on the internet 24/7.
Well,
and doing what you were just describing doing. And back and forth.
Yeah.
And then thinking, no, that's in fact constructing a logical process of a discussion.
Yeah.
So that if it ever came up, that I had already thought of the pitfalls, and then the time comes and it's never there.
It's gotten a whole lot easier since we've this group. It's helped me like tons and tons, like going through the logic in this room, like the conversations we've had and hearing people talk and converse. So now with my inner dialogue, it's much easier because with that logic there, that framework, used to I'd drive myself crazy thinking, is that right? Is this right? Did I say that? But now it's like learning, the bits of the logic and the law of identity, contradiction, law of excluded middle. With those that software in place, it's easier for my hardware to function.
Mm.
But the songwriting goes a little bit different. I'm what they call it, like a troubadour. It's the music that comes first, and then when the music comes, I'll start working on a melody, and then the inner dialogue with all of the words and all that. And sometimes it drives me crazy because it's sometimes a lot of stuff comes at once, sometimes nothing comes, and I'm jumbling, you know. But anyway,
Excuse me.
Evening.
Hello.
Hello. How was
It's a
everybody?
process. I think we're all a bit broken, and we're kind of in a process of healing amongst each
Skeptical,
other.
do you have inner monologue? Can you please
Earth is
explain?
flat.
Okay.
Would you agree, paper, with Earth being flat?
What?
That Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No, Earth
Is
is
this
not flat.
did you think about this previously?
How have we gone from a conversation about inner monologue to that?
It's the trickster. It
I don't
always
know, but
comes,
I haven't been
This thing comes in life. It's like a spider.
I'm everyone's in a monologue right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't around for the discussions about this earlier. I just had to ask.
No, you're fine, Buster. I think it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
you.
Mike's been after asking you. He wanted to know. Because Mike was pretty sure
Yeah.
that you were like me and Emma without this, but it seems like you may be one of the most affected, even more than Kev.
It's terrible. I mean, I play out the conversations in my head over and over, and like just in everything I do.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I always used to think that I thought a lot, right? There was always, but it was never in a monologue. There isn't.
That's crazy too. Like literally, it's literally the way whatever inner monologue is not what I thought you or Buster would say.
Mm.
In my mind, inner monologue is overthinking. And you're like, oh, I overthink all the time, but I don't have an inner monologue. And I'm like, what?
The monologue to me is like a voice thing that you are conversing with. I don't consider that.
I will have full on conversations with myself in my head, not out loud. And it was funny
Me too. Me too.
because the guy in that Twitter video, the guy was saying that when he's in the shower, specifically in the shower, he said, I'll think of, it'll pop into my head like some argument that I may have had from 3 years ago will pop into my head. And I'll start having a conversation with myself about, well, that was stupid. I should have said this instead of that. And it's like, I've been there. I've been there in the shower. Exactly. Not your shower, but I mean, I've been the same way. Same exact way.
It's always, it drives me insane because I'm thinking, I'm going through that whole dialogue and I'm saying all of the things in my head that I wished I would have said. But then knowing that conversation is never going to happen again. Why am I even doing this to
Why
myself?
am I even thinking about it? Why am I playing it out that way and having a conversation? And then my wife knows this about me. Like, I'll do entire financial breakdowns in my head in the shower. It's like I will have a conversation with myself about what can we afford this month? What do we have to put away? Okay, I got to do that. Like full on conversations in my head.
Oh, if I'm by myself, like at work, I would rather work by myself just because I'll vocalize it. Sometimes.
Oh no!
Yeah, like I'm
Do
like,
you have hair on the palms of your hand, Buster?
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, I'm doing something and I'm thinking and I'm going through it and I'm saying in my head this and this, and I'm like, and then I'll go, I'll say it out loud. That won't work, I can't do that. I'm like, I'm better
Yeah,
off.
but I
working
don't
by
know that
myself.
that's wrong though. Well, there's anything wrong with that either.
Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but if I'm
Yeah.
sitting there and I'm going through this thing and I'm kind of, well.
It just sounds like it feels like it's an affliction somehow.
Oh no, because
whereas I think it's kind of work.
No, it's
it's a process.
It's bad for me because I do overthink things and I always feel like I hit blocks with certain things, and that frustrates me because I'll get to a certain point. Like look with the stuff we talk about in here a lot of times. After it's over and like rest of the day or at work or whatever, or sitting there going to sleep, I'll go through it. I'm like, I'll get to a certain point, going through it, and I'm going, man, I'm just not there yet. I need, and that inner, monologue, dialogue, whatever, I'll end up telling myself, well, just don't get it, just hit a wall.
For myself, I will put it in that way. So if I am creating thoughts and I am reading in my head my own thoughts, and this reading, of course, it is a voice who is reading, or which is reading in my head my own thoughts. So this I would call my inner monologue or whatever.
Yeah.
This is the same as, because if I am reading, for example, a novel, so or whatever, or Aristotle, so I am reading his thoughts. He just wrote his thoughts on paper, and I can read that using my inner voice. And
Yeah.
when I'm thinking, I am just doing the same. So, but in that case, I'm just reading not Aristotle's thoughts, but my own. Not so logical as Aristotle, of course, but still, let's say, my attempt to think.
Right. But see, that's I think I would go so far as to separate an inner monologue, from thinking. I would separate the two, because thinking is something that you're supposed to I forgot who it was that said it. It's making connections, thinking is.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
you're making connections in the logic. But an inner monologue is, you may not necessarily be doing that. So you may not may necessarily be actually thinking.
Yeah,
when you're doing
I
the inner.
completely agree. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So monologue would be, let's say, more a general term, because it can be thinking, but it can be also just, as I call it, stream of consciousness. So
That's hilarious, because the meme or the Twitter post that I posted suggests that intelligent people, the people who should be voting and everybody else should not be voting, have the inner monologue. And now you've both described the inner monologue as kind of sort of not thinking, sort of stream of consciousness sort of thinking.
it may be.
Well, I just
And I
see
get it.
I see thinking as something that is, it's. I guess we should look up the definition and agree on terms, but I've always saw.
No, we should not look up the definition.
Well,
no,
okay.
this is some fucking retard from Wiki.
No. I'm just saying. For me, always, and what I've learned from people that it's super fluid, super thinking. So it's I see thinking as, or the people that I've always saw as more intelligent than me that would ever talk about thinking. It was that logical process, in your mind of working things out, making the connections between the two. You're trying to solve a math problem and you make the connections between, like within the equation, or putting a motor together. You make the, that's thinking, like I see that more as like a logical process or a framework. Whereas that inner, I always thought of it more of as inner dialogue, but I guess monologue, okay. I don't know.
I can give example. We know all this example for syllogism from Wikipedia, I think. This that Socrates is a man, etc., and all men are mortal. This is syllogism, but we can read that within our inner voice or whatever as just three separate statements. And if we don't have this connection that this is syllogism and this is proof, so it is, of course, it is inner monologue, but it is not thinking. Thinking is when we understand that what we have read with our inner voice is syllogism, and we have proved something. So for me, it is inner monologue, but with thinking. It is thinking. But if we just read letters or words, it's not necessarily, as you, Buster, said, not necessarily thinking.
See, that's the way I totally agree. I see it that way because, like, my inner monologue has always been frustrating because I didn't know how to think properly. And now that I'm starting to like learn these basics of logic and how to formulate the arguments, it's like helped me leaps and bounds, to like work through something. It's either this or that. There's no middle ground. Or is there a contradiction in what I'm saying to myself? And if yes, I need to change that. I mean, so when you can link the two, like thinking logically with an inner monologue, like that's dangerous. That's where like these really like super intelligent people, somebody like Feynman or somebody, I think they have both nailed down. Or Aristotle or Socrates.
Let's just stop describing these people as super intelligent. Let's just describe them as people who see the world differently than we do. And maybe they have, analytical processing capabilities, but I mean, all right. So Buster, you're here. Emma, are you there? Emma?
She's here.
Emma, I need you to acknowledge that you're here because I have a little test, and it's actually the Buster and Emma test, and it's important. And I know it's like 1 a.m. over there, Emma, but you just chimed in less than 10 minutes ago. Are you asleep, Emma? Emma, are you awake?
Yes. My Discord died.
Okay, good. All right, Buster and Emma, I want you to describe to me the way that you receive absent. I'm using the word receive so that I don't attach any sort of senses to the word receive. And you can attach the senses at your will. I'm just going to out loud say a poem, and I want you to each individually describe your reception of the poem. And here's the poem, and it's by Robert Frost. Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaf to flower, but only so an hour. So leaf subsides to leaf, so Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down to day. Nothing gold can stay. Who would like to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I would need to look at it written down, I'm afraid, Mike.
Ooh.
Because there's a correlation, okay? So the writer's trying to describe the tree, the leaves, and that, but there's a tie-in to an emotion or a feeling. I think possibly maybe to do with grief, death, maybe along those lines. That's just off the top of my head. But for me, I need to see the words. I can hear it and it sounds nice to my ears. It sounds pleasing and I'm getting the gist, but to get the full story, I need to see it, the words.
I'm going to drop it into the chat, and you can see it with your eyes.
Is it my turn?
Instead of feeling it. Go ahead, Buster. I love it.
I love it when people put into words like something that's well, I'm going to repeat lack of a better word, just resonant, man. Like when somebody can put it into that type of poetic word, for me, anyway, hearing that, nature, like that's the hardest hue to hold. Okay, so my favorite time of year is like fall going into winter. I just love the colder seasons. But in the fall, the leaves change, like he was talking about in there. The maple leaf, like where I grow up, and I don't know if this happens with the maple tree everywhere, but the maple tree, not all the time, but some of them will go to this. It's like an orange color. You can't. I've never seen it in a paint. I've never seen it reproduced. But when sometimes these maple trees, maple leaves will turn this like yellowish orange, almost like translucent, and it just like it grabs a hold of me every time. I'll see it and I go, "That's it. That's the color." I don't know what it is.
You feel it.
I feel it. Like you can't reproduce. I know you can't. There's no way you could reproduce that color.
You feel color, right?
Well, yeah, it's just like I see it and it's like that's my favorite. Like as far as like nature goes, like that's my favorite color because it's a time of year. It's my favorite cool season, wearing the jackets, all those things tied up into like that color. So I get what what he was saying resonates with me in that.
I see. I don't feel when you said I feel color, I just went, "You what?
Well,
What now?"
it's that one color. Like, I mean, I love the seasons change, and I love when spring comes because, the dogwoods and the what's the other tree that does the white Bradford
No idea.
pears. Like there's certain colors I just love about seasons changing. I love it, and it only happens. You have to wait for it. It happens once for a couple weeks, and that's it. It's all you get. It's there. It's gone. You got to like hope you can make it to the next one to see it again. And every
Wow.
fall, I look at every single maple tree and wait for that color to pop because I'll always see it at least a couple times. Sometimes the maple leaves will go red. Sometimes they'll do the just bright yellow. Sometimes they'll do that like just freaking.
Buster, you're making me feel terrible because I'd look at the tree and go, "Oh, that's pretty."
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Don't worry.
Oh my
I've
God.
heard it twice. Nothing.
Oh my God. I love you. I can't tell you how much I love both of you. And I'm like, you're so similar, but I can't even believe like this doesn't connect with you the way it connects with Buster. I
can
mean,
see it. I look at it as what the person's trying to portray something. I'm trying to figure out the hidden meaning, what the author's trying to say. That's all I'm really
so amazing.
Okay, so I always tie things emotionally, or I know that when somebody puts something into word, like a poem or a song, I know they're trying to convey something because that's what I try to do. You want something to get across, not necessarily specifically in the way you meant it, just that somebody gets something from it. So like when I hear like a poem like that or a song, okay, that did resonate because the first thing when you said that hue's hard to hold, like that just freaking it's nature.
Lyric.
Yeah.
Logic. Because in first verse, I seek logic. Nature's first green is gold. What does it hell it means?
That's the same thing. Nature's
Perfect.
first green is gold.
Yeah,
like he's trying to tell you that like
he's saying because green
I think we all
is
get the
Wait, Emma,
we
go.
all get the like what he's trying to say. He's trying to portray the fact that to me anyway, that the beginning you can't, everything moves on, everything progresses. You can't hold on to that beginning. But I think we're all reading stuff into it. And do you know what? I've forgotten where I was going to go with that. And we were talking
But that
about that
beginning is
earlier as well.
perfection.
But I see
It's
where Emma's
perfection,
coming.
though. That beginning is perfect.
I see where Emma's coming from because she likes more. You like more of the, darker type stuff. So for you, it was like he started talking about it only lasts
It's
for
the
so long, then it
words.
dies.
Yeah, it's the words and the meaning of the words that I'm
That's what I was
going with.
feeling.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah. I
that's
was
why
looking
I
for the.
struggle, because for me, for example, when he's talking about flower, of course, when leaves are green, yes, but and grass is green, of course, but green also means in nature that something is immature, because it changes color from green to yellow or red, or like apples or whatever. So, for example, green apple is immature apple. So, and that's why
Unless
I
it's a Granny
cannot make
Smith.
connection, because
Granny
for
Smith,
me,
yeah.
first green means that something is immature.
No, but
Immature.
there's words within words there, because it says nature's first green is gold, and gold is it's a purified metal. Like that's the whole point of it.
It's
I mean,
also precious.
it's precious.
It's
So
the, it's
Yeah,
the
but so
when
Genesis.
so
when
It's the
is
spring,
seed. It's the
nature's
beginning.
so,
from
yeah,
death,
but
which
so
the
is the
tree.
first breath of life.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's that nature's first green is gold. Is that when you're
Yeah.
going into spring from death, I mean, back into life out of nowhere, it's gold. Let me just say this real quick, and then I'll shut up for a little while because I won't ramble on. But when authors write things like this, I was gonna say I see it. I try to get what they're trying to portray. There's this song. One of my favorite artists when I first started playing guitar was James Taylor. Well, it was years after I learned, quite a few of his songs and all stuff. There was this song I came across of his called Copperline. And I didn't grow up in Maine or, that Northeast. I don't know where, he grew up, but the image he portrays within his words, I was like, yeah, you know, just the memories he had of that place he grew up just resonated with me, even though we grew up in two totally different places. Like the idea was the same. I was like, when I first heard it, I was like, every time I hear it, it just gives me chills, because I'm like, why the hell can't I write a song like that?
You do.
Anyway, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit on the same page as Emma in that sense of looking for the what's the heart of this? What's the meaning of this? What's being portrayed here? I might add the color later once I kind of go, okay, that's what this means for me.
He's
And I,
talking
yeah,
about spring for me. This is
yeah, for you.
poem about spring.
Yeah, but and then
Yeah, but what about the words? The hue is hard to hold.
yeah, but it's like a song, Buster,
Because
right? It's like you
because
write a song and I'll listen to your lyrics
y-
to understand. For me, I understand that's what the heart of it is,
I
what's being
think that
said there, and then the rest for me is then I can dance fully within it. I understand the whole thing.
this in the second verse it is hardest because it is passing by very quickly. So it
Yeah.
doesn't hold this fresh
Like
of the
life.
spring. So it turns into summer, and it is not fresh anymore. So it loses
Yeah.
its freshness very soon, I think.
My wife brought in little branches from trees outside and put them into vases in the past week, and they've flowered, and they're going to hold that flower. I mean, if they were outside, the flower would be over. They'll hold that flower for a little while. We have cherry trees outside, and because we're old, and I used to drive around with my mom and dad in the car, because they'd be like, well, we're going to go out and look at the foliage. I'm like, okay, oh, that sounds great. And we would, my parents would drive by people's homes who had trees, and they'd have azalea bushes and then have cherry trees. And some years the cherry trees would bloom, and they would stay in bloom for weeks. And then other years, you'd get a warm patch, and then you'd get a cold freeze, and bye-bye cherry trees, and bye-bye azaleas, and bye-bye all the little, forsythia and all the things that come out in the early spring. And so what this poem means to me is that time is fleeting, that, her early leaf is a flower, but it's only so an hour. An hour is just, a snap in time, just nothing. But I wasn't trying to convey that with the little, test. The test was, how do we view the language? How do we feel the language? Do we feel the vibration of it? Buster immediately honed in on the alliteration, right? Her hardest hue to hold. There's 3 H's right there. He immediately honed in on that vibrant resonance, which is what an alliteration is. Any sort of multiple sound repeated is an echo, an alliteration, a vibration that we feel. But do we hear it? When we hear it, do we see it like Kevin and I do? We hear something and convert it into light in our eyes? Or do we feel it? Like Emma claims to kind of do and kind of not do. She's like, yeah, I feel it. And Buster says, yeah, I feel it, but they both feel it in different ways. And then how do we describe that and how do we convey that to each other? I think this is the great mystery of life. And this is the great mystery of the way that we explain ourselves and our understanding of the world to each other.
You know what I found out though about this? This is beautiful. When you can put an enthymeme in a song or a poem, that's it. That's what you're on about is to put into lyric, whether it be poem or song, when you put an enthymeme in it, that's it. That's the ultimate goal of a poet or a musician or a songwriter is then it leaves that person up to decipher. That's the best poem or song. Think about it. I mean, like any poem or song you've ever heard, it's like, what are they trying to say? What is going on? And then like, it's if you feel it, if it brings up like a past emotion or something like that, they meant for it to be the enthymeme. If it's too straightforward, it's just a song about what they're bitching about or whatever.
Right.
Okay, guys, I am off to bed because of time.
Take care, paper. Thank you.
Good night,
Very
Paper.
early in the morning. Good night.
Practice
Thank
your
you.
No,
organ
I
for
get
tomorrow.
God bless.
High day. In the UK, anyway.
Pi Day in the UK.
Yeah.
Is it already? 3.14?
Well, it's the 14th of.
Yeah.
It's the 14th of the
there.
3rd in the UK, but we'll give you your way of writing it.
Love it. Will there be a live show on Pi Day?
We might do. Might be worth going back and reliving a certain pie thing. I think we do have an old guy that likes to talk about it. You never know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we might come back live tomorrow. How about that? You know. See, there's not many people watching now. It's a late one.
The important people are watching.
Yeah. Oh, we don't do it for the people watching anyway. We do it for the conversation.
No.
And this has been a really good one today. No doubt it's going to carry on. I hope much more of these type of conversations. I don't think that these type of conversations are around very much, and hoping to get more people involved in the conversation too.
I mean, if we could just add a person a month, that would be way beyond what I would ever expect.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my wife is right now. I've been texting her, and she's kind of fucking with me because I'm supposed to know where the hell she is, and I've already forgotten. I'm like, so you're at the thing? Question mark. Where are you? Why are you not home? I'm sure she told me, like, literally yesterday where she's supposed to be, and I've already forgotten. That's how old I am. Fuck is my wife.
Right,
So that's why I'm just
I think
chatting.
we'll just end this for tonight.
All right.
We'll
Peace and love.
Bust the song. If anybody
Is
does want to come
this
in,
live?
Yeah.
Is this live?
Absolutely.
Fuck me. I had no idea this was live.
It's a late one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't for sure when I came in. I was like, I think this is live. I need to
Yeah,
check.
it's Wednesday, isn't it? Always.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
But this gives a glimpse. Hopefully somebody will watch it later on, because this is a glimpse of the conversations that are had, like, most of the time. When like a lot of times.
By the way, I'd say that the YouTube chat approved. So many people made comments about this was a great conversation and the panel discussion was great. And I'm sorry to those that might be butthurt about me modding the live chat and getting rid of stuff, but it's showing on YouTube, and I didn't want to destroy the vibe. So Blue Marble Science, sorry. J-Ro, sorry, but don't need the bad vibes tonight. Come back tomorrow for that shit. Been too good tonight.
Was Blue Marble in the chat tonight?
Yes, he was in the live chat, and we don't need any of that tonight. You can come back tomorrow, and we can resume the killing each other verbally tomorrow.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. All right, well, this is the way I am live, and this is the way I am not live. Same fucking guy. Let's go, bitches.
Yeah, they were. I did notice that in the chat. Welcome.
That was not as flowery and serene as you were a little earlier, Mike. So.
Hey, this is really short. I just got to play this for Mike.
Play it.
Oh yeah. So this is on the spot. Bev, you can play whatever after. But if I were to put that poem into song, and that's not the whole thing. It's just a little bit of it. Nature's first green is gold. Her heart is pure gold. Nothing this gold can stay. And you wonder.
That's nice.
Wow. That's 3 versions we've had tonight.
I love it.
Well, yeah. Because both times that you read it, Mike, it was different each time.
Well, God bless everybody, and
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, well, we're going to end up with True Level, bitch. Well, thank you very much. Maybe tomorrow, Friday. Who knows? I think we might come back. I don't know. Depends what we're doing. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Back tomorrow. Definitely Friday.
Hey, Buster, are you there? Have you got your guitar?
Yeah, I've got it right here. I've just been working on something new. It's a song about looking for the truth. Play it for you guys.
What are you doing? I want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're gonna provide that for me with that? Yes? See the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You want to experience true level? Do you?
Oh, that's in the mind for all to face.
And it makes me angry.
Choices will be made.
You want to experience true level? Do you?
You can choose to let your mind be free.
Wow, it's so level.
Everybody knows that you're wrong.
And it makes me angry.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God. Oh Christ.
Yeah. True level, bitch.
In the end, you find we're all looking for the truth.
Save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God. Oh Christ.
Yeah. True level, bitch.
And that's my midpoint, 981. But look what I did here. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
Using this bridge, computing the radius of the Earth, 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle.
You want to experience true level? Do you? True level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues.
That's the thing, your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap. One of the humps. Radius of the Earth.
Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. True level, bitch.
Now we have our.
It has been directly measured.
By Jesse Kozlowski.
You know, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. True level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues. Yeah. True level, bitch. Yeah. True level, bitch.
Oh my God. Oh Christ.
Yeah. True level, bitch. True level, bitch. All right, save it for YouTube. I'll keep looking for clues.